Good morning, everyone. It is August 19th, 8:35. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And I just want to start the meeting with an announcement for the public. You may be noticing that Brian Bossart's chair has a different person in it. You may have seen, I don't know if there was an article yesterday or not, but Brian Bossart, the county manager, is no longer employed by Clear Creek County, effective yesterday. As a board, we're grateful for his 4 years of service to the county. I can speak for having been there for a while, throughout his time here, that we went through a lot together and got a lot done together. And we're grateful for everything that he did in service of the people of Clear Creek. You're going to see this board appoint our interim today. And then we're immediately going to begin a search for the next county manager. That process will take around 2 months at least. During which time the board's very interested in hearing primarily from the staff and elected leadership team about what we should be looking for in the next county manager. Also interested in hearing from members of the public and anyone else as commissioners. So I just wanted to share that at the top of the meeting. Colleagues, if you have anything you want to add, I know we're not posted here, but I did just want to make the announcement at the top of the meeting.
You said it well. Yep.
Okay. First thing on the agenda is public comment. Is there anyone here to make a public comment? And if you're on Zoom, find your raise hand button. We'll get to you. I do see someone in the room. Mr. Raber, as you know, if you could state your name, roughly where you live, and you will have 3 minutes.
You're there.
Right there is good.
Okay. Yeah, Michael Raber from Echo Hills, and I want to compliment and give kudos to our Public Works Road and Bridge Department. The work they've been doing in Echo Hills when putting in the crushed asphalt has been horrendous and very much appreciated. And the same thing on 103, their activities on pothole patching and crack and whatnot. And I wanted to comment that there's 2 sections of guardrail coming up there that have been taken out by oversized vehicles because the curves are too tight for these large vehicles that are choosing to go up 103 as opposed to I-70. And I know that replacing those costs tens of thousands of dollars. And I would suggest and encourage the county not replace them at this point because they're the best signpostage for vehicles, particularly large vehicles, not to be taking that route when they were never designed with those curves to be able to get around the curves. And this is becoming more of a problem, not just for us, but for everybody. And it has to do with road congestion. And the other thing is the speeding on 103 is still a big problem. And not sure what to do with it. I just want to mention to you that when we're seeing speeds of well in excess of 40, 50 miles an hour on a road that's designed to be not more than 30, it's just an area of concern. But my main reason for being here is to compliment Road and Bridge, not only for the work they're doing, but those are the nicest group of road and bridge people I've ever dealt with. So anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. Who else? Do we have anybody online?
If you're online and you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. A lot of people online are staff.
I'm going to close
Oh,
public comment.
I'm sorry, I do have one. Joy. Joy, I'm promoting you to panelist if you would like to give your public comment. Perfect. Joy, you can go ahead.
if you would please just say something so we know the audio is connected.
She's muted. Joy, you can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Yes, this is Bob
Oh,
Perot.
sorry.
Oh, hey.
Hi, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Perot. If you would please state your name, roughly where you live, and you will have 3 minutes.
This is Bob Perot. I live in at 30098 Appaloosa Drive in Evergreen. I was the former commissioner there for 12 years. And I just want to ask you for the past years that Beth Luther had worked there at the county and had to leave, not for her own liking and not caused by her anything she did. But I would encourage you to do the maximum that you can for her to get her by until she can find another job. Not probably not in Clear Creek County, but in the Front Range County somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I don't see any more hands.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. The next thing on the agenda is we have an update from Senator Hickenlooper's office. We have Trina Griego. Please join us in one of these chairs.
One of these chairs? Yep, you're good. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to introduce myself and give a brief update. My name's Trina Griego, and I'm the new West Metro Regional Director for the Office of Senator John Hickenlooper. So my area specifically will be Summit, Jefferson, Gilpin, Clear Creek, and Broomfield counties. I'm from the area, and it's an honor to serve a community that gave me so much. So very happy to be here. I'm going to give a brief update, and if anybody has any questions, happy to answer what I can, and then take back anything that I can and get you answers later. So as many of you know, recently we just saw the passage of the budget reconciliation bill. So that did pass in July. Senator Hickenlooper did vote no after trying to work with leadership and everyone to try to pass those exceptions for Medicaid, SNAP, and those other needed services in our community. Unfortunately, those did not make the final bill, so he did vote no on those. He is currently working to eliminate some of the harmful impacts of that bill. Specifically, he introduced the Lower Energy Bills Act that would reinstate those residential energy tax credits that provide 30% of the installation fees for those new energy projects on the home. He's also reached out to and called on the administration and Medicaid and Medicare services to renew the waiver for Colorado to continue to offer Medicaid and CHIP to very young children in the state as well. So those are two things that we're working on currently. We have already started to see the effects, with the legislature going into a special session this week. So if you have anything specific that you're hearing or seeing in your communities that we should know about, please reach out to me. We'd love to hear from you. Additionally, he did introduce a bill to help mitigate the issue of wildland firefighter training. So that will call on the USDA and the Department of the Interior to hire 300 students from the civilian conservation and train them to become wildland firefighters. It will also pilot a program that will have those same civilian conservation students help work on workforce housing for wildland firefighters in the area. Other than that, so surface transportation reauthorization is coming up. You all should have received an email asking for your feedback from Clear Creek County. We want to hear that to pass those along before the reauthorization comes up. CDS applications for congressionally directed spending are also starting to come through, and we're updating applicants as they come in. So that's kind of all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
Um, how much support does he have for these bills, and are they likely to pass, or is he just trying to get it out there?
Yeah, so the wildland firefighter bill is bipartisan, and so that one is likely, we're hoping likely that one will pass. As much as he can, he is working to make these bills bipartisan because we all understand the kind of political environment that we're in. So that one specifically, that is bipartisan. I will have to check on that energy bill one. I'm not 100% on that, but I will get you an answer.
Thank you.
I don't know I don't think this is a question. I think this is just an ask. One of the things that we have going on in Clear Creek, we're not unique in this, is several grant applications for the federal government. Some of them were approved and we're still awaiting funds. Some of them we have just applied for. We have some concern that even the grants that were approved that we haven't received funds for may not come through. We certainly think that whether we're in a red state or a blue state, we should get equal treatment from the federal government. And I know that Senator Hickenlooper cares about that. I just, in my first time meeting you, wanted to notify you that we have some applications on file that we're, watching, and some applications that were approved that we've been working with Nagusa's office, but we're asking for help.
Yeah, I mean, this is an issue that, in my very brief time that we've seen, as we know from January 20th, funds have been held up. We've seen some trickle down to the states. We've had some success with reaching out and maybe just asking a question is like, hey, where's this at? It was already approved. If you could just send me those details and or of anything that you're tracking or, to be in communication, and we'd be happy to help kind of move those along. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
I have like a lot of things, but probably not appropriate for now. So yeah.
Please feel free to send me an email. I'm happy to take meetings. I live in the area, so I'm happy to come up in person or on Zoom via phone call. So just give us a call. Anybody else, our Office of Constituent Services is also great for anyone in the community having issues regarding federal agencies, IRS, USPS. So please feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to get you connected to constituent services as well. So,
Okay. Thank you for coming up this
Thank
morning.
you.
Thank you very much.
absolutely.
And next on the agenda, we have a communications update. Megan Heller.
Don't have anything crazy right now. We did finish up our town hall tour last week. I would say we probably had at least 15 to 20, if not 30 people at each town hall. So that was really exciting. I've never seen that type of turnout. So thank you if you came to the town halls. I think people learned a lot. Colton was leading those town halls and he did a great job. Everybody that left saying that they learned something, which was awesome. If you are watching online and you missed those town halls, do not worry. If you go to our YouTube channel, you can watch the Idaho Springs and the Georgetown one. You can kind of compare notes if you're interested. You got 4 hours to kill. But feel free to watch those on YouTube. If you can't find them, shoot me an email. It's mheiler@clearcreekcounty.us. And I know we have an update with the sheriff's office coming up, but I will say, as everybody's aware, we are in a fire ban. So if you're watching at home or if you're in the room, just be careful. Make sure you read up on that fire ban. Don't do anything you're not supposed to do. You don't want to be the reason that there's a fire in Clear Creek County. So that's all I have right now. Sorry.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks.
Next we have a quarterly update with the Clear Creek County Sheriff, Matt Harris. And I know that we have right after that, Guanella Pass, right? A work session to discuss the Guanella Pass and leaf viewing operations. I'm just gonna suggest that we do those back to back.
Okay,
There can be, we can just like have some gray area between the conversations.
that'd be great. I
Right.
appreciate it. I'm gonna keep this somewhat brief so we could spend more of our time on that. As Megan said, we are in a stage 1 fire ban. Surrounding counties are as well. I think Eagle went into a stage 3 recently.
Oh,
Because on that side of the slope, it's much worse. So So we did go in last Tuesday. I did want to start with a update on detentions. Recently, we passed a PREA audit, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act audit from the Department of Justice. This is a big deal. A lot of jails don't pass this audit. It's really, really hard. Our folks spent a good year and a half or 2 years working to ensure compliance with PREA. And so it's something that I wanted to give kudos to our folks for working on. It's ensuring, the mental health, physical health of our inmate population. Our folks in the jail are also looking to expand our mental health services to cover all inmates, not those just covered on JBBS. And there's a lot of emphasis that gets put on patrol and our other functions here. And our jail is relatively small, our population is relatively small. Their folks in detention put a lot of effort into inmate care. And when you look at satisfaction, from our inmates, it's fairly high. So I just wanted to give kudos to our detention staff for all the work that they put into ensuring that our folks in the jail are safe.
Thank you. Before we move off of that, a couple things. First off, what are your counts like today?
I'm sorry.
How many people do you have down there? I know there's been conversation about adding federal inmates.
Right. So one of the issues that we're having is our staffing is low again. So we're down. We have 4 in training. So we had a pretty big turnover. So we haven't been able to increase our inmate population to the liking that we would like. I think we're at roughly 30, 32. I'm not sure exactly on the numbers. And it's pretty common in detentions environment to have a turnover. So it's not uncommon. And so we're in a position right now, we're having to deny some PTO. We don't like that, but we have folks in the pipeline, 4 in training. And so basically we're in a position where we're pretty good, but we have to get the folks out of training to be able to get them to be able to, work on their own. And so we suspect in a few months we'll be in a better position, and then hopefully we get some stability. And then we're able to increase that inmate population. We have increased it marginally, maybe up by 8 to 10. It's not really where we want it to be, but we have to balance, inmate and officer safety with those issues as well.
Are those just the inmates that were convicted in Clear Creek County courts, or are we bringing in other?
No, it's mostly Clear Creek County. But what Commissioner Marlin was asking was about the marshals, right?
Oh, right. No, I
So
know.
we have
But of your 30 to 32, is that?
Yeah, every once in a while, we'll have a hold for another county
Okay.
as well for whatever particular reason. Maybe there's a conflict there. But they're almost exclusively going to be folks from Clear Creek County were convicted or being sentenced or in Clear Creek County. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then just on the jail, just might be aware, well, I know you're aware that we inspect the jail once a year.
Yeah.
Usually in the past, it's been a single commissioner. This board's talked about just going down there together after a board meeting one of these days. And we'll need to do that. We'll need to find a time to do that within the next few months.
We welcome it.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
no problem.
Okay, thanks.
So we did talk a little bit about the staffing. So the Colorado Jail Standards Act was passed, which is going to go into effect in 2026. Luckily, with the change in our policies and procedures with Lexapol, a lot of the changes were already addressed in our policies and procedures, but there's going to be some more modifications we're going to need to do to be in compliance with jail standards. So we have a little bit of time, and so our detention staff has been working on that as well. We have one Deputy Bellows, who's going to the Red Rocks Academy to be a certified detentions officer. And so having the certification in the jail is also important, as it is on the road, to have that professional training. And so we try to support sending our detention staff as well to the law enforcement academies. With that comes, once you become certified, the salary does increase. And so, so there is, there is that in effect on our budget, but we believe it's investing in our people, investing in that training is really important. Some of the challenges that we have in detentions continues to be, so some of the low trained staff that brand new folks, young, inexperienced. But we certainly are continuing to try to hire based upon ethics and character rather than experience, and we would rather have that and to do the training in-house. And so that's what our emphasis has been on. I'm going to transition a little bit to patrol. We've had some transition again on patrol. We're short-staffed on patrol, which is causing an overtime issue, which is causing 12-hour shifts. But again, we have a new deputy in the academy. We have one. Actually, we have two. I think we have two in the academy. One is going to be going also in beginning of the year. So we're going to be in a much better spot. And we have a couple in the pipeline. When we look at attrition, and we do look at the reason why we're having attrition. Some of it was originally related to salaries. I think, working with finance and HR and the hard work that the folks there put into our compensation plan, we believe we're going to do a better job of retaining folks. Because our pay is competitive now, and it wasn't competitive in the past. One of our challenges happens to be folks are here for a couple of years and they want to go somewhere else, right? They want to join task forces. They want to join high impact teams. Our work is the nature of our work here is we can't really afford either time or manpower or really need to have a large percentage of our staff on some of these task forces. We try our best to develop folks and be able to have those opportunities, but we can't do that. And so that's a risk of when you have young men and women that want to go into law enforcement, and after a couple of years, they want to go do something which they may consider more fun. And we're never going to hold anybody back who wants to advance their career and do something more challenging. So with that being said, our emphasis has really been on trying to get laterals from other agencies. Because our pay is certainly more competitive now, we're seeing more laterals. As we move forward with the plan, potentially to look at FPPA, I think that's going to have a big impact in our ability to have folks from other agencies want to join Clear Creek County. In October, FPPA and CRA will be before you all, giving the presentation and on what the best path for the sheriff's office is moving forward. And so I do feel that having a change somewhat in our pension plan is that last piece in order to get folks from other agencies and bring their retirement here. I think that's going to potentially have an impact for us. So we do have the IGA with Georgetown, which is set to expire September 1st. I'll be meeting, and Captain Rubin will be meeting with Georgetown on Thursday to discuss that further. This has been going on for 9-10 months. And so we have decided to not renew the IGA for the short period of time. Again, we have folks who are in training in the FTO program, and the emphasis needs to be on training. And so when we're having supervisors covering these shifts in Georgetown, we're unable to spend the time, the effort to train the new staff that we have. So as my opinion is, as we've moved away from the summer period, going to get into the leaf peeping season here a little bit, which is going to be busy. But then from October to December is a slower time for Georgetown. And we kind of felt this was the period of time to put the emphasis on our training and our rehiring and our emphasis on patrol. And hopefully by the new year, we'll be in a better staffing position. So we're going to meet with Georgetown. I'm not sure what they're going to do long-term. I'm not sure if they're going to go with us long-term or develop their new police department. Either way, there's still going to have to be a relationship with the county and in the town of Georgetown.
So let me make sure I understand that you're not offering long-term, short-term renewal on any terms.
So we're offering in the short term calls for service, right? So calls for service in the short term, so we could actually spend the time and the manpower and the efforts to train our brand new staff that are just coming out of the academy. To be able to have those folks be able to go into work independently. We can't do that right now. And so we know some of the liabilities for us long-term and in the past have been young, inexperienced people who are on the street maybe sooner than they should be. And so in order for us to be able to help mitigate those potential issues, we have to spend our time in going through a rigid FTO program to make sure our folks are ready to go. And having Georgetown, the plan with Georgetown originally was to have a short-term fix. It wasn't to have a 9-month endless IGA program. And so because this continues and it isn't ending, it has really prevented us from taking the time, the effort to work on our FTO program and work on getting people trained. We need to take those hours that we're dedicating to Georgetown, put them into training. And then once we're able to get those people up and running, our guys up and running, I think we'll be in a better position. Doesn't mean that, this has no bearing on whether Georgetown decides to go with us long-term or short-term. This decision is totally independent of Georgetown, how they decide to move forward. It is our belief that a county of, 9,200 people roughly shouldn't have 4 law enforcement agencies. I don't think that's the best use of time, effort, training. That's my belief. It's our staff's belief as well. We believe the best decision for Georgetown would be to go with us, but that's their decision, not mine.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. I certainly agree with you. I think law enforcement leadership is crucial and expensive. And I think the most cost-effective way to have the kind of law enforcement this community deserves, where when you call for help, that's what you get, is to work together.
Thank you.
Sure. I just have vocabulary questions.
Sure.
FTO program,
I'm sorry, field training officer.
JBBS,
So Jefferson Behavioral
Jail-based.
jail-based behavioral services, right?
thank you.
Sorry.
And last, PRIA,
Prison Rape Elimination Act.
thank you.
Sorry for using the cop speak.
All right.
A few other things for patrol that we have going on. Captain Rubin worked closely with our county attorney to work on a MOU with the Colorado Rangers. So Colorado Rangers are now an option for us to use especially for special events, and it helps augment our staffing issues, and we're really excited about having the ability to use the Rangers moving forward. On our special services side, we purchased a new training software recently for $2,500 through Alexa Poll. This allows us to better track our everything we were doing, tracking our training for post standards was manual. So it allows us essentially to automate our training and to send the report to post and those areas where we have required training. So getting back to the 21st century, so to speak. Our backcountry rescues, right, year to date, we're at 64. We believe, and I'm not sure, but it's likely we've exceeded last year's rescues already for backcountry rescues. I've spoken about this before, about how helpful Alpine Rescue is to the sheriff's office. And I believe we're number 3 in the state for rescues in our small county. We recently received a DOLA grant for $7,500. We are going to be using that grant for a combination of DigiTicket and flock cameras, which is the cameras that will come in and out of our community to be able to help solve crimes. And DigiTicket potentially that'll help us automate our writing of our parking tickets, speeding tickets, what have you. It certainly helps us also in our community where it's offline. A lot of times the vendor that we are using right now, one of the issues that we do have is when you're in some of the rural areas,
Hmm.
it's not loading and it's not being responsive. So we're we're still deciding whether we're going to go full implementation into DigiTicket or we're going to do it in piecemeal and through releasing. We're just trying to figure out what's best for us. Because we want to, before we actually fully invest in something, we want to be able to try it out a little bit more. And so it's likely we're going to do a short-term agreement with them and figure out if it's something that really works for us or not.
And figure out if you get a return on the investment.
Absolutely. That's what we're trying to say. Yep, yep.
And it sounds like to Mr. Raber's point, might be nice to have one on, are we allowed to do one on 103 or?
So you're talking about speed cameras, right?
Oh, what's the difference?
It's
It's a
So-
digit ticket.
So DigiTicket is an automated system that actually, it's a software that allows us to write tickets and to upload into our system. So
Okay,
I think what you're referring to is something that we would love to do is have a
speed cameras.
speed cameras. Yes, that's a different program, different cost, different impact, I think. We have to probably discuss it more with the county attorney as well, because there's different legal implications with speed cameras. But it's something that we would like to do long term. Up in your area, certainly where we don't get,
Right,
where it's a little bit more rural, we don't get we don't get there as often.
Mhm.
A lot of times we get bogged down on the freeway. And I would,
don't we all?
yeah, no kidding. And so we would love to be able to do that, especially high traffic times. We know on a Saturday or Sunday morning, in the summer, the motorcycles, the cars racing 25, 30 miles an hour.
Above the speed limit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we know that's a problem, and we've been doing our best to try to rectify that with our staffing. It's real tough to when you have the mess that's going on in the freeway, and you have often state patrol being short, us often having to hold an accident or a scene on the freeway longer than we want to. So our time on task and our time on scene is a lot longer, and it keeps us there instead of integrated into our community where we want to be.
Mhm.
And it's the balance that our folks that we have to play, right? Because we have a responsibility for public safety on that freeway as well.
Right.
I think you probably know it's a board goal for us to support you in the speed camera efforts. And maybe given the timing of the year, it's just not practical, but I would embrace a conversation in our budget about what it would take to be able to do those speed cameras. I think that, we had one public comment here this morning, but we regularly, and I bet you get more than us, our inability to control speeding on these roads is a big problem. And I think the system could probably pay for itself. So
If they can capture those little motorcycle license plates, if they're even installed.
The technology is good enough.
Okay.
Technology is good enough. Yes, they can.
And-
And I think to your point, Commissioner, is that it will eventually pay for itself. But we can't continue to allow, right, the amount of people that are using our lands and our roads is continuing to increase, and our staffing just can't. I wish we could. I wish we could put a couple deputies, on those roads. But what's going to happen is the minute we do, they're going to be called somewhere else. And it's a big county, and it could take you an hour to get from one part of the county to the other. And then if you have to go on 70 on a weekend, it's going to take you a heck of a lot longer. And a large part of that freeway doesn't even have shoulders, right? So
You can't pull them over.
even if we had to run emergent, we can't. There's nowhere for those folks to go often, right? And so it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge for us.
yeah, I know that, I'm sure you talk to your colleagues, your peers around the state. I'm pretty sure that Boulder County has done a deep dive on this, and they may be able to help us, they may have answered some of those more difficult questions that come along with designing a program like this.
Yeah, I know Boulder has, I believe Jefferson is also looking into it as well. exploring that as well. So.
I know Grand County just announced too, because they've had a lot of fatalities and stuff up there, that they're really gonna push the issue of the traffic control and the speeding. 120 is what they're clocking people.
Right.
Oh,
at.
I did see, the fatality. I think they had 2 fatalities in the last month on the roads in
Yeah,
Grand County. And, our challenge, right, is we have the challenge to the speeding on the roads, but what some of these other rural counties don't have, they still have the speeding challenges, but they don't have a major interstate that runs through their county.
Mhm.
under construction.
Yeah, right. Um, we're finalizing the vehicle leasing program, and that was a lot of help from Colton. So thank you. Our staff's really happy with that. We're going to be receiving 12 vehicles in the next 3 to 6 months. And so that's really a big deal. And it's going to help with our maintenance costs over, I think it's going to be a really good long-term solution for us. One of the things we've been working on is a CCW class, Clay Creek County residents. We're hoping that by the end of September, we're going to be hosting our first CCW class for our folks here in Clear Creek.
And that is,
I'm sorry, concealed weapons permit. So concealed carry permit. So there's been a change to Colorado state law as well that deals with concealed weapons. So now when you get a concealed weapons, you have to actually put rounds on paper. Prior to that, the law, you didn't have to do that.
oh, so you have to demonstrate that you can actually do
Well,
it.
you would always have to demonstrate you could handle the weapon. Now you have to demonstrate you actually could shoot the weapon. Yes, there was a change in law recently. So, and so our course will obviously include that. So, see what else I'm missing. We're in the beginning stages of trying to put together a citizens advisory board, and so we're working with Jenny Fulton, our communications manager, and working with county residents to come and join our team. And kind of it would be an opportunity for the residents in the county to tell the sheriff what's going on in the community, what's working, what's not working, and it also has the ability for the residents to tell their peers and their friends what the sheriff's office is working on. So it's a mutually beneficial potential relationship. We're hoping to kick that off the ground in the middle of September. Looking forward to that.
I'm sure we would be happy to help you recruit.
We've done a really good job recruiting. And my goal was to have both folks that are supporters and maybe even some folks that are, what we consider some antagonists, a little bit, because we want to be able to have a wide variety of people with a wide variety of opinions, and the good, the bad, the ugly, because at the end of the day, right, we're trying to improve every single day. There's trying things that we're trying to work on. We obviously have a limited, but we want to hear from the public. We don't want to just hear on some comments on Facebook or social media.
Right.
That's, it's easy to throw spitballs from behind a screen, right? But we want to be able to sit down and talk to the folks. And, a couple months ago, we had a Q&A right here, and it was really beneficial for us. But we're hoping to kind of expand on that a little bit. So. And then on our policy side, we're coming up on our 1-year policy implementation. Just a reminder that we've completed over 200 policies in the sheriff's office. We completed a CJIS audit, which is Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Criminal Justice Information System. And so we passed that audit recently. And I don't know if I had mentioned this before, but we had asked Jefferson County to come in and do an evidence audit. To look at all our evidence over the course of the last few years to see what we're doing well, and we did fairly well, really well actually on that audit. And so kudos to Jefferson County and Sheriff there for allowing her staff to come here and help with our audit. It's something we really wanted to do when I first got on, just hadn't gotten around to it. But we were in compliance. So. And I think some of our challenges continue to be just some technology, for any IT technology in order to try to professionalize and moving forward. And, in training as well, right? Training funds are generally fairly low, and we also have to remember that, administrative and non-sworn staff also need training and also deserve training. And so we're trying to invest in that as well. So,
Got a lot of sworn staff and we agree.
that's the highlights of kind of what I wanted to just talk about. Also, we are obviously following our budget. We're projected to be in a really good position, moving forward. Some of that is being responsible stewards of the taxpayer dollar, and a lot of that has to do with vacancy savings. But we feel like we're going to be in a good position by the end of the year.
Can I ask a quick procedural question?
Sure.
Your deputies that staff the front desk to the courthouse and this side, do they do any sort of, even if it's just visual security screening for people coming to this side, or is it all going to the courthouse?
It's almost exclusively for the courthouse.
Okay, okay.
And we could talk about that as well. We've talked about that in the past when I think when I first got here during the election, how we wanted to have some sort of security in the building. I think there was not a support globally from the commissioners to have security every time you entered the building, only on the court side. But no, I mean, our court security officer is looking, to screen folks that are entering that side of the building. Now to go to court, for court.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking of the increase in violence against elected officials.
Well, right, and I think that's a decision that you all need to decide is what type of increased security that you want in this building. It doesn't mean that we can't be more on the lookout for those things and we can't do more training, because we can, right? That's certainly part of what we'd like to do. Because we keep hearing that, right, whether it's judges security, elected official security. We saw what happened in Minnesota. But I think, it's also the balance of being a public building, being open to the public, versus balancing the security needs. And so,
It's still open to the public if they have to go through a metal detector.
that's all your decision, not mine, right?
Okay.
But, we're happy to, have a discussion about that as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Some other counties, Rebecca, I've seen do a security audit on the facility, mostly recently Routt County. That's something you're interested in,
Yeah,
we're talking about.
thank you.
And just to add to what you're saying, Archuleta County had their assessor's office. I think somebody I think the word used in the media was firebombed.
Oh my.
Somebody threw a gas rag bottle or that's,
Molotov cocktail.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I know that my own orientation towards we want to be welcoming of people that are coming in just to get a DMV, and we largely can trust the public. You also don't want hubris like that to cause someone to get hurt.
And as a member of the public, I'd be perfectly happy to feel like the whole building was safe, but we can put that on the agenda for later, but thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, is that
An update on that too. We just had a Homeland Security audit of the courthouse. The sheriff's office was involved as well as IT for our cybersecurity, and we should be receiving a report on that from them soon.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment too, and thank you to Ruben. So I've gotten complaints, and emails and stuff, and I've been reaching out to different staff to try to get those addressed so that we can have Clear Creek in a good place with the public. And thank you for the time you put into that and reaching out to Jeff Com and kind of connecting all the little dots now since we're getting a little bit more comfortable with our roles as well.
Sure. And we're happy to do that. And I appreciate it because, it helps us, keep an eye on what's going out there in the community, right? And sometimes, right, sometimes there's there's not quite that much the truth is a little bit in the details, right? Not necessarily on the front end of what people perceive. And so, but it also, if there's something that, that we need to improve on, it helps us and helps Captain Rubin say, okay, maybe we could have done a little bit better handling this call.
Exactly.
And so it's beneficial to hear that and be able to kind of look through that and keep us on our toes as well.
Okay, anything else, or shall we get into the work session on Guanella Pass and the leaf viewing operations plan?
I'm ready for that if you are.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to call Captain Rubin up because he's going to lead that discussion for us.
This is gonna put us at full circle, Rebecca. This is where we started, was with Guanella Pass.
That's right.
Morning.
Good morning.
Well, I know there's been a lot of discussion about Vanilla Pass and probably some rumors floating around, and some information is accurate, maybe some other information maybe not as accurate. So I'll try to give you what I can at this point. I want to preface this by telling you that this plan is still very much being worked on. It is not finalized. And the reason for that is we are sort of rounding up and organizing our partners and resources and trying to make sure everything is in play before we say, okay, this plan is ready to go. This is very much a group effort. We are kind of in partnership with Park County because they're experiencing some of the same issues, or they have in the past on their side of the pass. And thanks to you folks, we now have the Colorado Rangers to help augment our staffing, which is helpful as well. I will tell you that our primary goal with Vanilla Pass, and by the way, it's my understanding this is the first year that we've actually put forth an actual operations plan to address the issues that have come up in Guanella Pass. I think in the past it's been more reactive. I think it's been more, we'll just sort of see how things go, and then we try to put out those fires as they come up. But in this case, we are trying to be proactive, be prepared to a certain degree. Having said that, because this is the first year for putting a plan together, we anticipate we're going to learn a great deal from this when the actual events start to occur. And with that learning process, we can tweak this plan and adjust it accordingly for the following years. At the same time, I'm emphasizing with our plan that flexibility is the key. We don't want to be so rigid on what we've established here that we feel like we're locked in. We want to be somewhat light on our feet to a certain degree so that we can pivot and respond accordingly. But I will tell you that the main focus of our plan is we want to keep Guanella Pass Road open. We want that. We want people to be able to travel on it, to be able to enjoy the scenery, and come up the mountains and have this a very positive experience. Now, based on my understanding of what happened last year, things did not go so well. In fact, it got to the point where traffic was so congested and the roadway was so blocked by people, I think, parking on the roadway itself, that emergency vehicles could not even get through. And there was a critical incident that occurred involving somebody's health and welfare, and it very much, I think, delayed the response of first responders to get to the person in need. So that's a big concern, and we can never predict when that might happen. So we want to be prepared, or at least try to prevent that from happening to the degree that we can. So we want to keep this road open. We want to emphasize, enjoy the beautiful scenery, but please do not park on the roadway. Do not take up that very narrow roadway, because all it takes is one or two cars doing that, and then we've got a major traffic problem. And if traffic locks up like that, we're in trouble, potentially in trouble, because once that call comes in that somebody needs help, it's not easy to clear that roadway. Now, if we get a call that we need to get onto that roadway and somebody is blocking it, well, that has a sort of a domino effect with all the other vehicles. Now they're stopped. And so getting an emergency vehicle through that can be very challenging and time consuming. And sometimes in situations such as that, time is of the essence. We need to get there as quickly as possible to render aid to alleviate that emergency. But the goal nevertheless is keep the roadway open. And Road and Bridge is partnering with us. My understanding is they have ordered a number of temporary signs that they will place periodically along Glen Pass Road that indicate to people, not to be parking on the roadway or words to that effect. I've also asked, and I don't know if this is going to happen, but I've asked for an estimate on even more signage because I'd like to have, rather than every quarter mile, I'd like to have more signs to be able to advise people so they don't look around and don't see a sign and think, okay, I guess it's okay to stop here.
At the top of the pass, we went over to look at some open space property. Was it last week?
Yep.
At the top of the pass, there are signs about every 50 feet.
Okay, now that might be about tree line or above tree line.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are not specific, as I understand it, to leaf peeping. Those are related to other parking issues I think that Road and Bridge has identified. What we're looking at is to have an impact on the part of the roadway that people would tend to stop on to view the leaves. And that's where these additional temporary signs are coming in and where I've even asked for more on top of that. I can't promise you that we're going to get them, but we're sure trying. And we're also partnering with Georgetown. They very much are invested in the positive outcome of this event. We plan on staffing the entrance point to Glen Pass Road. At least that's the current plan. If at all possible, we want to keep this road flowing and moving smoothly.
So, would they be limiting the number of cars that can go up there?
Conceivably, but the plan is to have somebody patrolling Glen Pass Road, not just the person at the entrance point, but somebody patrolling it. In fact, more than one patrolling it. And they're sort of the eyes and the ears of the sheriff's office and public safety. And if they detect, we've got a huge blockage here, and now we've got a public safety hazard, that information would be relayed to the personnel or at the entrance point. It's conceivable that for a while anyway, we would not want people entering that roadway when it's already clogged up to the point where now we have a safety hazard. And how quickly we can clear that blockage is really what we're looking at.
And any part of that to help out Georgetown?
Yes.
Let people shop, but not, gridlock the town.
Georgetown is very concerned about the impact that the overflow traffic or detour traffic that can't get onto the roadway because it's not moving. And they're very concerned about the impact it will have mostly on their residents. They have had a lot of complaints. And right now, my understanding is, this could change, but my understanding is right now, their high priority are the residents because they are deeply impacted by the influx of traffic that comes into those side streets and affects them. Of course, they are also concerned about their businesses, but they recognize that at some point, the potential overflow of traffic can overwhelm the businesses as well. You can only have so many people coming into the restaurant before now. All you've really got is a full restaurant, which is great, but blocked traffic throughout the town, and that's a negative impact as well. So their perception is if it gets to the point where traffic is not moving on Glen Pass Road simply because of volume or because we had to do a temporary detour, their feeling is at this point, they have their own plan that they will be staffing with predominantly, I think, volunteers and staff members in Georgetown. And their plan is to direct traffic out of town on Argentine Street or onto I-70. Now, it's not permanent. Folks that are detoured out, if it comes to that, can come right back when we clear things up. It's not convenient. We're not trying to say that this is the ideal situation, but we are sort of dealing with worst case scenarios. We're hoping it doesn't get to that point, but sometimes the reality of traffic can cause us to have to take an action on behalf of everyone's safety.
Yeah, I mean, last year, September 20th was Sean Wood's memorial at the high school. And traffic was backed up into Evergreen such that my 20-minute drive to the high school was 2 hours.
I'm sorry about that. I totally understand it. And of course, as the sheriff pointed out, I-70 traffic is it's not going to get any better. We have construction, we have an increasing population in the suburban areas, the Denver area, and of course, they want to utilize the I-70 pipeline to get where they want to go. And frequently, we are where they want to go.
Right.
We get that. So we are doing our best to manage a difficult situation. It's not an excuse, it's just sort of reality. We're just trying to be honest with you and let you know where we stand. But the plan here is to try to keep traffic moving as best we can. If we do have to pivot, we want to be prepared for that as well. But I want you to know what our priority really is to get people moving. At the end of the day, though, I think everybody in this room would agree that public safety is job number one for us. We have to be able to manage that, to provide it to it, best of our ability. And sometimes that can be disruptive. We don't like it. We're not happy about that, but it is the reality of what we do.
I mean, even metering like they do at the Eisenhower Johnson tunnels, could be helpful.
It could be. The problem at this point is I'm not sure, and this just may be my ignorance, I'm not sure exactly how many cars Guanella Pass Road can handle. Now, we may get a better idea of that as these weekends progress. And if we start seeing, we're beyond capacity here.
But we can count the number of parking spaces. And the law is you can only park in the parking spaces. Otherwise, you have to keep going.
Some people will pull off to the shoulder.
I know.
And if it's completely off the roadway, we're not going to be too terribly concerned about it at this point. If their tires are touching the roadway in any respect, that's a problem for us, because our direction going up the pass and people coming out of the Park County side, that person gets their tires on the roadway. Now we've got a funnel effect.
This is where one of the things that's been on my mind is the difference between parking and standing, right? Like, are you violating a no parking ordinance if you're
stopping on the roadway, you're violating it. And if you're parking on the roadway, certainly you are. But if you're stopping on the roadway, yeah, that's a problem for us. Particularly it's bad enough if you do it when you're sitting in the car or maybe standing right outside the car and you leave it there thinking, well, this is not a problem. I can do this. But it's even worse if the person gets out and wanders off to go get a nicer view with their camera. Now we've really got a problem. And in such cases, we will be prepared to tow vehicles out of there.
So let me make sure I understand. I'm really grateful for the focus on this and the collaboration with Georgetown. You're gonna have patrols in a high volume moment. You will have patrols on Guanella Pass, moving back and forth, monitoring how traffic is moving.
Yes, sir. That's the current plan.
And if they notice that traffic is moving so slowly or stopped that we would have trouble with an emergency response, they may radio down to someone who would be lower down on the pass.
Correct.
Who would then stop traffic from entering. Are you talking about, like, is that down in town that?
Yes, that's the current plan. Now, again, I mentioned flexibility. We're hopeful that this will function effectively and efficiently. If we're wrong, we may have to pivot a little bit and move things around to try to make it work. And again, the idea is not to permanently close anything. We just may have to manage things to a point to where we can mitigate it and try to keep it from getting worse than it already is. But the ability to move vehicles blocking the roadway out of there as quickly as possible is a goal. Now, of course, when I think about this, if you're trying to get a tow truck, that blockage, everybody else is stopped, it can take a while for someone to get there. So as much as we want to snap our fingers and clear that blockage, like right now, it might take us some time to be able to get to it effectively, remove that vehicle, and then get traffic moving again. There will be a storage / you could call it an impound lot, but really it's more of a temporary storage lot for vehicles that have been towed both from the Park County side and the Clear Creek County side. And I can't tell you the precise location, but it is somewhere in between the two of relative convenience. And I say relative because if you're a person whose car's been towed from close to the entrance point, and now you have to drive, or travel 20 miles to get to the storage lot, you're not going to be a happy person. The flip side of that is you probably shouldn't have stopped on the roadway and left your car there. So sometimes there are.
And we will have signage to that effect, so people will be on notice.
Yeah, we are trying to utilize, rent some electronic signs. You've seen the signboards, and the message will be something to the effect of, don't park on roadway or keep traffic moving. We haven't decided yet as to what they're going to say. We're looking at maybe 4 signs. Now, granted, for the numerous miles of Guanella Pass Road that we have, that's not going to be every 10 feet, but people will have to pass by those signs. If things really get critical, thanks to Jenny over there, we have a contact with CDOT. And if we need to, we can actually get their cooperation for the signs along I-70 to deliver a message that, hey, Guanella Pass is pretty clogged right now, or, don't stop on the roadway if you can avoid it, try to keep moving, this kind of thing, to give people some sense of what's going on. The Colorado State Patrol, as I understand it, is going to be helping us manage at least the I-70 interchange area.
Great.
We really need to work as a team so that we're all communicating with each other, in line with each other. What I'm telling you is we're going to do the best we can with a very difficult situation. But I do believe we're going to learn a lot from this particular situation and hopefully apply those lessons to future years.
Is your plan sort of on again? What am I trying to say here? What happened last year may or may not repeat itself, just depending on the timing of the peak of the change and how close that is to a weekend, et cetera.
Right.
Do you have weekends that you know you're gonna be doing these operations, or are you
Yes.
like gonna monitor and then decide once volume gets high, or?
There's a couple aspects to your question. One of them is, yeah, we have a couple of weekends we anticipated the most likely for peak leaf viewing. Now, could something go wrong? Could someone have got that prediction wrong? I suppose. But we're looking at a couple of weekends starting around the 26th of September, I believe, is what's anticipated to be within that area, that time. So we're looking, a weekend for us in this situation is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we would be looking at that first weekend, and then the next weekend would start in early October. And we plan to do it again in early October. It's conceivable
Yeah.
that maybe a third weekend happens. We don't anticipate that. We realize it's possible. And it's all well and good to tell you that, you know, we've got these plans in place, but I also have to tell you that this is going to be expensive. You know, staffing an event such as this requires people to do it. We have to pay them. There can be overtime involved. We have our partners who are also staffing their part of this, from Road and Bridge to Park County Sheriff's Office to the Colorado State Patrol. So this is very much going to be a team effort. Again, I think we're going to learn a lot from this. But I don't want to present this to you as perfection. We may have some hiccups here and there, and we're going to have to be flexible.
Can we be flexible enough not to be tied to September 26th? Because last year it was September 20th.
We initially were going to do it the week earlier, but then the predictions of the peak leaf viewing
Are later.
appear to be changed.
Oh, interesting.
That's what we're basing it on. However,
Okay.
we haven't, you know, we're not locked into those dates just yet. I have notified the Colorado Rangers that we are looking at these dates so that they can sort of staff up. But if we suddenly get a change in I don't know, weather patterns or whatever that might be that would indicate that this is going to happen earlier in the month, we would try to make it happen earlier in the month.
Thank you.
And we also are going to encourage folks to spread out their visiting to Clear Creek County. And so we're working with Jenny and the PIO from Forest Service and Park County to encourage people to come during the week as well. And so, and that's part of our messaging that we're going to be doing and saying, hey, we want you to come, but will you consider coming on a Wednesday? Will you consider coming on a Thursday to spread out? And that's a big part of our messaging plan.
Yeah, I mean, this, just to summarize, I think what this sounds like to me are efforts to help more people be able to see it. If you can't get through, you're just trapped. You know, nobody wants to come all the way to Georgetown and get turned around.
Right.
And, you know, we're very proud of our first responders, right? We've got a EMS team that saves almost a quarter of the cardiac arrests that get called, but they got to be able to get there. So it just makes a lot of sense to me that we would be focusing on enforcement. I know we've attracted a lot of attention from ticket writing already. I think a big thing that we can accomplish in Clear Creek County in shifting how people perceive us is that this is not the place to come and do whatever you want. This is a place that a lot of people really want to be. And we're especially interested in having people visit that want to be respectful and want to be considerate of us and one another. And that means not doing things like stopping in the middle of the roadway and walking down to see the creek.
We would hope so. But of course, law enforcement has to be prepared for not necessarily the people who are wanting to be compliant. We're prepared for the ones who don't.
Of course.
And that will happen as well. There will be enforcement. There probably will be vehicles towed. It's not a preference. It's just reality.
I'm like the history of Clear Creek is that we have the recent history is that I think we've gained a reputation for a place that doesn't enforce our rules. And I'm really grateful to have a sheriff's office that has a different approach to that, that is willing to write tickets. And so I just want you to know that and I think this board is going to be supporting you as you decide that our people matter enough to have expectations of our visitors and enforce those expectations. Anything else? Okay.
No, I like the plan so far. Hopefully it goes good and we'll see. I know I went up by Mount Blue Sky and I know some of the aspens are turning brown. So the whole thing may change and we've seen that happen in seasons before where we didn't get leaf peeping, but we'll see.
That's a possibility.
I
Yeah.
saw my first yellow leaves last Thursday.
Yeah, ours have a few.
Okay, grateful for your time.
Thank you as well.
Thanks.
Thanks, Eric.
Moving back up in the agenda, this is an action session. While the sheriff was here, wanted to get through both of his items. We're here to appoint an interim county manager. I know that we have offered that position to, I think, the natural position to do this, which is our deputy county manager, Colton Roloff. Colton, I think that at this point, do you have anything that you would like to say?
No, I'm grateful for the opportunity and I really am just gonna focus on getting us through this interim period, being efficiently and holding this course as steady as possible while still working on some of the board's priorities until we get the formal position filled.
Okay.
Yeah.
We appreciate you stepping into that role and it's gonna be a lot of work, but
We're keeping our fingers crossed that you would accept.
yeah, and I want to say as far as I go, whatever you need help with, or I'm here, so.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just share, the people that are on this team today in this county, are people that we have a ton of confidence in, and you're one of them. And that is, I've got a lot of confidence as far as, I just briefly to comment on kind of expectations. In the email that went out to staff yesterday, we shared that we look forward to doing our best to pass a great budget to accomplish what is reasonable expectations of the goals that we set, knowing that this is going to be an impact on bandwidth and that this transition is gonna cost other priorities. And so as a board, I think we look forward to hearing from you pretty directly about what is and isn't within the capacity of the team as we figure out how to recruit a new manager, et cetera. So just wanted to say that publicly so that, because I think the relentless pressure is not what this board is trying to accomplish, right? We certainly have aspirations and challenges, but we're all humans here and it's out and go be with our families.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, are we ready for a motion?
I think so.
I move that the board appoints Colton Roloff as our interim county manager.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. I also, I guess, just for transparency's sake, I think it's appropriate just to discuss what this means in terms of compensation. I'm looking at you, Peter. So what this means, just for transparency's sake, is a temporary increase to the pay of the former county manager, a temporary increase in PTO approval. And so I just wanted to be transparent about that. Okay. Anything else that needs to be discussed while we're talking about that? Not hearing anything. Colleagues, I want to check in on, we have some consent agenda, liquor licensing authority. Sooner than later, I wouldn't mind getting into a bio break. Should we do that now or should we do that in 10 minutes?
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Okay. We'll reconvene at 9:55. Okay, we are back on the record. Thank you everyone for your patience with us. The next thing proceeding through the agenda is the work session with NOCO Places Executive Director JD Tanner has been canceled. JD is not available today. So next on the agenda is the Local Liquor Licensing Authority agenda. We are now sitting as the Local Liquor Licensing Authority to consider approval of the renewal of the entertainment facility license for Colorado Adventure Center Co-Acquisition LLC, doing business as the Colorado Adventure Center.
That is correct. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Megan, is there an Ethan Castro?
No, but Stacy's raising her hand.
Okay. He
Castro.
might have sent somebody else in his,
Oh, that's Stacy Canada.
No, that's,
oh,
yeah.
okay.
I see an iPhone, but yeah, I don't see an
It's
Ethan
always
Castro.
Campbell, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is always.
I don't know, practice. I think if we've got staff with their hand up, we might want to.
Sorry, I just saw it.
He just went off.
Yeah, she just lowered it. Got two computers going.
Okay, well, he might have gotten busy. I had mentioned 9 o'clock for the
Okay.
hearing, but maybe his day got busy.
Okay.
CAC has applied to renew their entertainment facility license. They operate on Stanley Road. We all see it when we drive by. All the departments have given their approval for the renewal of this license, and we have had no issues in the last year with their license. So we would recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. And then is this where we only have to do a hearing if there's public comment? So I need to call for public comment?
This one is a full hearing.
This is a full hearing.
Yes.
So this is a hearing. That was the staff presentation. Next thing on the agenda for the hearing is public comment. I'm going to open it up. I don't see anyone in the room. If you're on Zoom and you wish to comment on this application for the entertainment facility license, please raise your hand.
No hands raised.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Colleagues, questions for the staff?
I read it over and it looks like the staff recommends approval.
Yep. Everything looks to be in order.
I don't have any questions either.
No, not for this part of the business, so.
Okay,
Excellent.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of renewal of entertainment facility license for CAC Company Acquisition LLC, DBA Colorado Adventure Center.
Okay, that is the motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, a couple of administrative approval of marijuana licenses.
That is correct. I'm going to do Tamalpais first. They are renewing their retail marijuana products manufacturing license. All of those departments have indicated approval for the renewal with no issues. So we would request that one be done. For Tri-City, they have had some delays in getting their paving and grading work done. And it's sort of been an ongoing thing the last couple of years, and we have given them the option, not really an option, we've told them that we will renew it this last time, but no longer allow them to operate past August 30th, 2026 until they get those, until and unless they get those requirements completed. And that's just our way to kind of hold their feet to the fire and make sure they get this stuff done.
And that was after consulting with both
Planning,
building
building,
as well as
state development, yes. Stoy's here if you guys have any questions
Okay.
about those requirements.
This was for strawberry peels?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that, I'm sorry, I'm taking a minute.
That's okay.
They said that they have needed some extensions, you said?
They did extend one of their permits.
Okay,
The extension though, just as it relates to the grading work, we're renewing their license fully this year.
okay,
And then they'll have to renew it again January 1, 2026. We were really trying to we were hoping that they would get this stuff done.
okay.
They just haven't. And we
Okay.
want to just get the license renewed so they can continue to operate and then work toward getting those things completed.
Love it.
The only thing that makes this different than it usually is that we've added a condition relating to other permits and related conditions that they needed to accomplish
Mhm.
in terms of the county, and we're allowed within our rules, our marijuana
Regulations.
regulations, we are allowed to add certain conditions. So we basically said, we're giving you this. Because enforcement up to this point has been difficult. And now we've put this condition on there. So if they don't come into compliance by August, their license, they will not be renewed.
Okay, so it's this month, or is it a year from now?
It will be a year from now.
Sorry, 6 months I said, but
Their original license expired January 1, 2025, and it's been in the renewal process since that time. So we're going to renew it. That will approve this calendar year, so they'll be back again January 2026. But at that point, we're only going to issue it until August 30th, 2026 to make sure that they get this stuff done.
You're being very generous and patient.
We try. I try very hard to work with the departments to get these things done.
Colleagues, this is just quickly. This is typically administrative. I want to get the first one, which they've checked all their boxes.
Okay, sorry.
So Tamalpais considered approved administratively.
Thank you.
On the Tri-City, I am a little bit less comfortable saying that this is just administratively, so I do want to encourage some dialogue amongst the board. I know staff is recommending we approve this. We have an operator that's been in operation for many years
Many years.
without meeting a basic requirement. Colleagues, how do we feel about the recommendation to approve this permit?
it should be noted, just so you're aware. So the violations, the non-compliance with permitting and getting proper grading done, that's existed probably for about 3 years now. Because of staffing issues in the county as well and priority levels, it has been difficult to focus on this particular business compared to others. So whereas they have worked with the business, there's not been clear deadlines or enforcement action. So in light of that, staff in consultation with the building department, site development, and also planning determined that this was a reasonable way to deal with it, understanding that now they know the set deadline. And if they don't come into compliance, they will lose their license. That's just so you understand the longer term.
So
for this.
they are contracting with the county to get this done, or they have to do it themselves?
No, they must do it themselves. So there's certain regulations relating to site development, having to do with grading of the parking lots. I forget what else there is, and Stoy may be able to talk to that. These are things that both building and site development have been working with the business on over the last some odd years. I'll let Stoy speak to that.
Yeah, it has been several years, and this is not a violation that they've necessarily created at the property there. The requirements for these drainage and parking area improvements came along with a building permit submittal to redo the shell of this building. You may remember that it was, more of a drab building there that existed, and then several years ago they came in with a building permit proposal to put a shell around the building, and they proposed to do all the building modifications and also proposed some improvements to the neighboring lot where they had some intentions of using that for overflow parking and other uses there in the future. And so the conditions now they were put in place during that building permit process when they came in with their proposals to do this work, and the drainage and parking area conditions were tied to that building improvement project. And it's just taken them quite some time to complete all the work associated with their proposed building project. It's nothing that the county imposed on them that said you need to do this particular work. It was a proposal that came from them, and they just, I'm sure that they had the best intentions of doing that more timely, but it's just due to some factors that we're not fully aware of. As far as county staff go, it's taken them quite a bit longer than it typically.
So let me make sure I understand. They invoked in applying for a building permit, they sort of then had to get the rest of the site up to our standards. This isn't a standard that they invented for themselves, right? This is a standard that applies to every property that's commercial in Clear Creek?
That's correct.
Okay. And they were aware of it. And they've known for how long? 3 years?
It's been several years, yes, more than 3.
Okay, thank you. So, and sorry.
Yeah, that was a good clarification. When you don't have a deadline, it's very easy to let things drop off the radar screen. And I think a year is exceedingly generous. Perhaps we should give them 6 months to get that done, or is that not? Or at least get it started.
Yeah, some of, I think concerns, and maybe Nanette can speak to this a little bit too, that they've expressed to us as far as why they have not completed the work. Some of it is the cost of the work itself. And then I think part of our reasoning in proposing this August, it's a date that they proposed to us that we as staff had agreed to, this August 30th, 2026. But my understanding that date is in part because, as we enter into the winter conditions here.
Right.
To put a deadline 6 months from now puts them in the dead of winter when site work is not real feasible to be completed at
All
that
right.
location.
Well, if we do give them another year after having 3+ years, I think that needs to be hard and fast and say, this is the deadline. You will not get a renewal of your permit if you don't meet this deadline.
We have conveyed that to them.
All
So
right.
you're aware, and it's in the new renewal license. It actually is spelled out in the actual license that we're issuing.
Okay, and if they were to sell the property and somebody else comes on, I still want that in the requirement. Because,
That would be a transfer of the license. That's very unlikely to happen, but should that happen, we would address that at the time.
okay,
Quick
I mean-
question,
go ahead.
sorry to interrupt. On the license, I have used language that says this license will not be renewed or transferred in any way.
Okay, so we did add the transfer.
So
So
that
either way, we can,
acted on, I forget my exact language, but basically it says you're not doing anything with this license until this work is complete.
Okay, all right, very good.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Additional questions, folks?
No, this makes sense to me now because I've watched that business and I thought they were shut down there for a while because you never saw anybody there. And then they had forms up and it has definitely been a very long process,
Very long.
which I think hurted their business by not finishing that. Because when people pull up, is it open or is it not?
It looks a little not very appealing if it's not finished.
Yeah.
But it's open, yeah.
So I guess putting this date to me is satisfies, it's kind of, this is it, you got to get it done.
Hoping.
Yeah, colleagues, I think I agree with the staff recommendation and I appreciate that staff is always interested in their own accountability and saying, well, we haven't been on you. I think this board is aware that this company knew about this for years and I think it is ultimately their responsibility. But with that said, I think with your consent, I would approve this administratively.
I agree.
Excellent.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Consider it approved.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks. Being the glowing fire building. Yeah.
It's an interesting one.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is consideration of the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything that they wish to take off?
I read through all of those and they look appropriate. Colton answered my questions on the warrant register.
there's one edit we need to make, Mr. Chair. On letter I, it says consideration of R 2573. Is that the one?
Yes.
No. That's the compensation plan.
Right.
Okay.
The 73 number was for an abatement, so the correct number should be 70.
Okay, so instead of R 2573, it should read R 2576.
Are what?
2576. That's the resolution.
Thank you.
We could just make that edit.
Okay.
That's fine.
I'll do that as I read it. I'm able to pull that off.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm going to read this fairly long consent agenda. Bear with me. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of resolution 25-59, a resolution adopting the Mill Creek Arostra land use recommendation. Item C, consideration of a motion to void real estate transaction and to approve statement of non-acceptance of purchased property. Item D, consideration of resolution 25-69, a resolution delegating signature authority to the county attorney to execute all necessary documents that allow for the county to participate in opioid settlements that follow the same conditions as those set forth in the Colorado Opioid Settlement Memorandum of Understanding. Item E, consideration of resolution 25-57, a resolution ratifying the Clear Creek County temporary stage 1 fire ban imposed August 12th. Item F, consideration of the treasurer's semi-annual report. Item G, consideration of the second amendment to the contract for co-responder services with the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council. Item H, consideration of the first amendment to the 2023 Community Development Block Grant and Business Loan Fund Agreement between Clear Creek County and the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation Incorporated. Item I, consideration of resolution 25-76, a resolution adopting the amended 2024 compensation plan for all county employees, including those of elected officials, and rescinding resolution 2025-63. Item J, consideration of approval of July 29th, 30th, and August 5th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes.
May I make one point of clarification?
Should we do it during discussion of the motion?
Yes, I thought that's where we were at. Sorry.
That's okay. I would welcome a motion.
I will make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Okay.
Discussion?
Nope, we need a second.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification in letter I, the compensation plan for all county employees, including those of elected officials, does not include the county commissioners. Our rates are
Correct.
set by statute, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have for discussion a few comments. I chose not to pull item B, the Mill Creek Arostra land use recommendation. If you remember, I asked that we send this back to the Open Space Commission. They were saying somewhere between level 2 and 3. Seems like they've opted on level 2. And that is, I'm willing to pass this today and didn't pull it. I think it makes sense for the Open Space Commission as they develop their policy here to try to come up with a category that can meet what they talked about. Level 2 means basically we're not going to do anything on that property. There are portions of that property where you probably could do something. And I don't want to hold up this one land use recommendation for this reason, but I do want to just publicly state that I think that we need something in between 2 and 3 so that we don't have to choose. It seems like their policy puts them in kind of an all or nothing space there. So I wanted to make that statement. On item D, I just wanted to state to the board that the reason that we're giving signature authority to the county attorney here is that we're going to continue to see settlements on opioids come in. And the board's already established policy that we want to participate. The settlements follow the same structure as many other settlements we've done before. And so that's why when I saw this one coming, I asked the county attorney if there was a way to just have this be automatic. That helps us participate in a better way. So I wanted to share that. And then I just wanted to highlight and express gratitude for the stage 1 fire ban being imposed, and gratitude for it not being changed. There is an ongoing conversation in the county about whether or not to allow shooting We have not allowed shooting during a stage one fire ban. I do think that's the right policy, and I am grateful that that continues to be in this fire ban.
Question, what about at a designated shooting range? Is that still prohibited?
I believe so. Yeah.
All right,
So the Devil's Nose,
Designated.
my understanding for the Devil's Nose, when I talked to Max and them, because of the barrier that they have, that they're still allowing shooting there in the stage one.
Right. So Colton was just mentioning that there are two designated areas, shooting ranges that are allowed to be used. Devil's Nose, and I'm not sure what the other one is, so the
Ours.
Martin Marietta.
And designated shooting areas are only affected by a stage 2 or higher, not a stage 1. City
Okay.
line is only wildland shooting.
Yeah,
is
thank
my
you.
Understanding.
Thank you for the clarification. All of that said, any other comment, any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you all. Next on the agenda, we have sorry, I was looking for commissioner update.
We're at the end.
We have a work session to discuss vaccine availability with Dr. Tim Ryan. We're sitting as the Board of Health, and we have our Public Health Director here. Tim, I understand that your intent here is to have a broader update than just vaccine news. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it's about vaccines, but yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I know we've met several times, particularly the new commissioners, but I don't think we've been formally introduced. And I think it's worthwhile for you to understand me and where I'm coming from. So I've had lots of experience, work and education. And I'm saying this because I've been accused of things in the past 5 years that might seem one way or the other. And so I think this is important to know. I worked for two governors, Governor Freudenthal and Governor Meade, both Republicans. I worked for Senator Paul Wellstone, who is a Democrat or was a Democrat, rest in peace. And so I've worked on both sides of the aisle. And I don't lean one way or the other. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle where science and facts rule what I do and guide what I do. Do I have opinions? Absolutely. But for the most part, I keep those to myself, and what I relate to you as the Board of Health isn't my opinion, it is facts. So I try to leave politics out of it as much as possible. Sometimes that isn't possible given the reality of life sometimes. So having said all that, I have a PhD in epidemiology. I spent 6 years of my life studying chronic diseases and infectious diseases. I've been in public health for 19 years, 5 years of which have been here at Clear Creek County. I started July 5th, 2020, at the very beginning of the pandemic. Since then, we have created, in my opinion, a public health department in this county, the likes of which this county hasn't seen before. When I started, we could vaccinate maybe 100 people in a single day. At the height of the vaccine efforts during COVID, we vaccinated north of 700 in a single day. We vaccinated over 11,000 people during the pandemic, only half of which reside in this county. So public health, I take very seriously. I don't only work for this county, but I live in this county. I have a vested interest beyond just my job. I have worked closely with school district, the rec district, the library district, the business district, and everybody who's willing and wanting to work with us, providing as many resources and support for them as humanly possible. Now, having said all that, public health's role, in my opinion, is to provide a safety net, to provide the backbone, to provide the eyes and ears, as does the sheriff and everyone else who's out in the community with what's going on in the community, and making sure that this community has what it needs, in our case, to be as healthy and happy as possible, given the incredibly limited budget that we actually have. So Vaccines. Vaccines are but one of the many things that we do in public health. We get vaccines from different sources. And what I mean by that is we get different pots of money to pay for certain groups of people. We get certain vaccines for infants, for instance, and we can only give them to children who meet a certain economic criteria. We can't give them specifically to somebody who has private insurance, not allowed. So we're sort of limited in what we have, but we try to have the same vaccine, for instance, flu vaccine, for every group of people, whether you're an infant to elderly, and provide that vaccine availability for everybody. It's worked well so far. We have not really had an instance where someone has come in and not been able to get what it is they want. The only exception that we're running into now is individuals who are insured by Kaiser. And that is a Kaiser issue. It's not an anyone else issue. Kaiser will not allow any sort of clinical care to be given to people who are protected by Kaiser or funded by Kaiser to be taken care of by others. So we would love to give you a vaccine or give you any other service when you have Kaiser, except Kaiser will not allow it. So.
Do you mean they won't pay for it?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and the individuals are unwilling to pay out of pocket. Once we know you have Kaiser, we can't serve you because we can't give you a vaccine for a low-income individual when we know you're not a low-income individual. You have private insurance. So we've reached out to every insurance company to get credentialed because that's how it works. We have to be credentialed by them in order for us to send them a bill. They won't entertain it at all. They only entertain 85% of them, even we are credentialed. So, and we are working every day to try to get as many insurance companies accepted by us as possible. So the current state of reality. There's an organization that is within the CDC. It's called the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, ACIP. It's a board of 15 individuals who, and historically I'm speaking, have been vetted. And what do I mean by that? Vetted means you don't have a vested interest in the vaccines that you are promoting. You don't have any other vested interest in any other decisions that or advice that you might be giving. All 15 of those members were let go instantly when the new administration took over, and they were replaced by half the number of people. And I have a list here of the individuals. You're more than welcome to read it. I'm not going to give you my opinion on them, but today is very timely. The American Academy of Pediatrics just came out with their own list of vaccines that they think children under the age of 18 should receive. And they did that out of concern. And those aren't my words, those are theirs. What does it mean when the advisory committee recommends a vaccine? It sounds simple. In the past, it is because the board of 15 scoured over all of the research that is out there and made a collective decision as a group to recommend something or not recommend something. And historically, they have always erred on the side of caution. So if there is any inkling or any sort of evidence out there that suggests that something might be harmful or might have a side effect or might, they have always erred on the side of caution in that reality. A number of changes in this new group of 8, a number of recommendations have changed, and I'm not going to get into the weeds about which ones they are. And that might sound a little benign, that this group is not recommending them. But that recommendation has a ripple effect that is enormous. If a vaccine is not recommended, an insurance company will not pay for it. And if an insurance company will not pay for a vaccine, people won't get it. And if people don't get it, we're all in trouble. So it isn't a simple decision. It isn't, and it has never been taken lightly by the advisory committee about recommendations of one vaccine or another. And I'm not saying the recommendation isn't this brand of that vaccine. It's you need a flu shot, or you need a COVID vaccine, or you need diphtheria, or you need Tdap, or you need whatever it is. And And they're making decisions now that, as of this morning, the American Academy of Pediatrics has decided that they themselves need to make a different recommendation than what the CDC is recommending, because they don't believe it is being made in light of all the evidence that's out there.
How do these CDC, so I understand if a vaccine is not recommended by the CDC, private insurance won't pay for it. How do those recommendations impact our ability as a public health agency to fund or provide, like, are you prohibited from providing vaccines that are not recommended by the CDC?
No, but it complicates things enormously. And how it does that is, in the past, we can predict, or we can guess. Generally speaking, we need to order 100 of these vaccines for the next year because we can appreciate that number of people probably are going to come in. And all of those funding buckets that cover those vaccines for elderly, for adults, for children, for low-income children, et cetera, we need to make educated guesses on what we're going to need to order. And if we order too many and people don't show up, they're wasted. They all have a shelf life. Some are quite short and some are much longer. But we're having to make decisions ahead of time. And in the past, it's been easier because there's easier to predict. This is recommended. This is the number of people we can anticipate coming in. So we're now in a situation, to answer your question, Commissioner Marlin, we don't have any idea how many people are going to come in, because if their insurance isn't going to cover it, are they going to be willing to pay for it? I threw my crystal ball out the first day I walked into this county. I don't know how many people are going to come in. So
What is the average price to these?
That's what I was thinking.
it's all over the board. Every vaccine costs different for lots and lots of reasons, which we don't really, we could spend an entire
What's
discussion.
the range?
30 to 700.
Oh, wow.
Per shot.
Yeah. It depends on the vaccine, right? Some are the Tdap vaccine, which is 3 different vaccines all in one, right? That's different than the flu vaccine that they produce every in mass. So this gets to the real question of, we only have so much money to buy so many vaccines. And if we have a family, for instance, that really wants to get the vaccine, and yes, they have private insurance, but they don't have the economics to purchase it themselves. It's cost prohibitive, but they really want to vaccinate their children. What do we do as a county? Right? What do? I don't want anyone to walk out of our offices without what they need, regardless of their ability to pay, whether it be a car seat or a vaccine or anything else that we have there. So that's a great question. What are we willing to do as a county to help protect the individuals in this county who want to get vaccinated, but they don't have the funds available to do so? You know, a family of 5, it could be incredibly cost prohibitive, even if they have private insurance, right? Private insurance doesn't equal wealth. It just means you have a job that's good enough that gives you private insurance. That's all it means. Doesn't mean they're going to be well off, right? So how do we protect those individuals in this county who want to be protected but don't have the means with which to do it? I don't have the budget currently to cover that. I can't give these vaccines, like I said, that the state funds for this specific population. And now I have a very different population walking through the door under very different circumstances that require the same exact thing.
So I
Go ahead.
see you introducing kind of a policy decision that we should be making as a Board of Health around, probably come budget season. To what extent are we willing to purchase a few more vaccines with local dollars so that we can fill in this gap that's being created?
Correct.
I think colleagues, if we could just wrestle with that for a moment, we wouldn't make a decision here today, but are we interested in seeing a proposal from public health during budget season around what that would look like?
Yes, if you would give me another ballpark figure.
Well,
That's what I think that we would want that proposal to entail.
yeah, we can get you in the ballpark and I would overestimate, right? And if it's less, I can say $50,000 and hope that it's 10. I'm not gonna spend $50,000 only to give out $10,000 worth of vaccines. That I won't do. So it's we can, as the season, and it's starting now, flu, RSV, COVID, you name it, it's up and running. So as over the next several months, as we see folks roll in or individuals inquire to say, hey, I understand my insurance isn't going to cover this anymore. What can you guys do? I'd love those inquiries.
And if people wanted to just pay out of pocket, if they can.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jody, what do you think about that?
Yes to that. And another question that I have is, so, and I know this is gonna vary too, but when you order these vaccines, like your main ones, the kids, immunizations, probably COVID, flu, and then RSV, how long does it take you to get those?
That's a great question, and I wish I had an exact answer. Sometimes a few days, sometimes a few weeks. It really depends on manufacturing, on demand, on a number of different variables, none of which we actually have control over. We order as few as we can at a time, right? Sometimes we have to order 50 because they won't sell you less than 50, sort of thing. So we always order the minimum. And knowing that we could potentially next week order more, if we are confident that we're going to get them in a timely manner, right? If we know it's going to take weeks, we might order a little bit more and sort of hedge our bets, and make sure that we are covered in any gap.
Would it be helpful, because I got my vaccines from you guys during COVID. Would it be helpful for us to figure out a system like a scheduling, I don't know, like a vaccine fair or something to get people to come in so that you're getting them coming in at once instead of wasting some of the bottles? Does that work or no?
I've been here 5 years, and we've tried those. With some, during COVID, it was incredibly successful, right? It's like, we're here and everyone comes. That hasn't happened since. We tried to get all the kids in this county to come get sports physicals in a 2-week or 3-week period because we're trying to herd the cats, so to speak, right? And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And so, yes, we're open to all of that. We're open 4 days a week. If you call ahead and schedule an appointment, like any doctor's office, we will do that. So we encourage people to call ahead and make an appointment. Walk-ins, we used to accommodate as much as possible, and then it got to a point where, we have 3 people waiting and it's going to be an hour and a half before we can get to you because we already have 2 people. We only have 2 nurses, only one of which can do certain things, right? The other one can't do certain things. So
I wonder if with Megan, some kind of a PR, because my doctor does not do most vaccines anymore.
Right.
They say, go to the grocery store or whatever. And I would rather just go to you guys. I would think, because I have United Healthcare, I thought that was helping, since I have a paying for somebody that can't pay, maybe that offsets a little bit. I don't know.
no, if you have insurance and your insurance covers it, you're not.
So it's the same.
Yeah, whether you go to Safeway or to our clinic is the same.
It just keeps the program kind of going because more people are coming in. But maybe, and then the other chitter chatter that I hear is people are worried that this administration is not going to allow or vaccines that people need access to, to cut the funding. We've seen, it talks about the COVID in here, the research funding. And if that step.
I'm glad you brought that up. In 2022, the mRNA vaccine technology won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. And the reason that it won the Nobel Prize in Medicine is because it's a game changer. The mRNA, without going too much into the weeds, the mRNA vaccine technology is a platform. And as you and everyone else in this country experienced, and this current administration took credit for the last time they were in office, the warp speed at which a vaccine was created and developed. That's why it's a game changer. Vaccines of old, including the current flu vaccine, it takes weeks to grow. It's a very different, very much time-consuming process. The mRNA technology is not. It can be changed very quickly. It can accommodate changes in COVID, as we literally saw, from one iteration to the next. $1.2 billion in research was canceled outright in the last several months. That sort of research isn't something you turn on and off. It's extraordinarily complicated, and it involves a lot of people doing a lot of things, and all of those people are extraordinarily smart. 1.2 billion went away. What were those monies going towards? It wasn't towards the new COVID vaccine as much as it was, how can we apply this technology to cancer? Can we attach this to cancer cells to knock them out? I don't know anyone that would disagree with that notion, right? I have a mother and a sister who died of cancer. I don't want that to end. How can we apply this technology to every other virus, to every other bacteria that we know of, and help us as humankind? 1.2 billion gone.
Right.
That's just not today. That just doesn't affect the people who were doing that work, right? That's affecting our future. Tomorrow, next year, next administration, and 2 administrations from then. Like I said, you can't just turn that stuff on. That's not how it works. So yes, the decisions that are being made today are going to have huge ramifications for the future.
We have here
I have phoned a friend.
Assistant County Manager over Finance, Rachel Harlow-Shock. You had something to add?
So I just wanted to share to you all that yesterday we began conversations around the 2026 budget. This is clearly an item that will come up as part of that. And as you aptly pointed out, it's really around a policy decision around what you choose to backfill, where the Fed will not step in and cover. And not only will this affect the public health team, it will also affect the human services team, who completely, almost entirely rely on federal pass-through money that come to the state. No different than our road and bridge teams. And thankfully, road and bridge and transit haven't been seeing those kinds of impacts yet. But these are the first 2 out the chute that will feel that impact. And what you saw in the 25 budget, and you're seeing other counties now actually begin the cuts that you already preemptively started when I first got here last year. So we're actually getting ahead where other state agencies, other counties may not have been able to even put their toe in the water. So the question becomes a policy question around whether you become that backstop to cover these kinds of things where he's demanded in that public arena to provide a service based in his role compared to what the policy decision is. And fundamentally, what we bring in front of you as a board, as I well know, you want to see all of it, and we'll make sure to bring all of it to you for 26. We've already had conversations about, do you need an additional set aside of money just to address? Is that the intention of the 5 million that you have in reserve, or is it a specific set aside just named for these kind of purposes to identify specifically those gaps the Fed are missing? That's the kind of policy conversation that will help inform the budget that we bring to you in October. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that we're trying to come up with ideas, but the policy conversation becomes really important because it does tip to the political, which we won't be implicating.
I have a question. Are you seeing an increased demand for measles vaccinations?
Yes, we are seeing an increase. I think more broadly than us, we are across this country. Just to put a little context around your question, we have a greater number of cases of measles in this country as of August 19th than we have in the last 30 years in a single year, and we're only in August. And I want to give you a little more context around that because I think it's important as a Board of Health to understand. We had a single case that walked into this county and attended an event.
We did.
Yeah. That individual required 7 counties to contact 700 people. And we did. All 7 counties, all 7 public health departments contacted over 700 people, resulting in not a single additional case of measles. Why? Because we called 700 people, right? But that's the ramifications of what happens when you have a single case of measles walk into your county and attend a public event, a large public event. We respond because it's our job, and it sucks that we have to call 700 people, but we do it because we don't want another case of measles to happen. So yes, measles was eradicated 25 years ago in this country. It was declared eradicated, and we haven't had cases the level we are seeing today in this state and across this country.
Thank you. I just to respond to, thank you for describing the kinds of policies that we can consider. And I think you are hearing interest from the board in understanding some options as we develop next year's budget.
Thank you. How did a case of measles not spread? I thought somebody could walk into this room and we'd all get it
Well,
if we weren't inoculated.
3 reasons. I'm sure there's more, but these are the 3 primary reasons. The first is we did our job. The second is we collectively, the public health establishment in the state. The second is a significant portion of the population is vaccinated, thank God. And the third is the amount of exposure, right? Exposure is everything. You can, even if I'm fully vaccinated, I have less than a 2% chance of actually contracting measles, and odds are it's not going to kill me or hurt me in any way, shape, or form. And so I'm a barrier, as are everyone else who's vaccinated. And if I'm exposed to for simply a minute and I'm vaccinated, the likelihood of me getting it and transferring it to someone else is quite reduced for that reason. That's how vaccines work,
Right,
across the board. And so I think those 3 factors, the speed with which those 700 people were contacted and limited their exposure to other people and so on and so on and so on, was extraordinarily rapid. It was 2 days, 2.5 days that all those people were contacted and made sure that please don't do anything. All the advice that we gave them. So it's a number of variables, but having as many people as we do in this country vaccinated for measles, like anything, it's our front line. That's the first line of defense, is the herd immunity that exists in a community, right? Without it, it will spread like wildfire. It's in Texas, as you saw in the community. The reason it spread so prolifically there, so few people were vaccinated. And 3 individuals ended up dying, 2 of them children, simply because they weren't vaccinated.
If I got a measles vaccine when I was elementary school age, is it still working?
Likely, yes. Everyone is different, and I get this question pretty much every week. The short answer is yes. The longer answer is probably, and the even longer answer is you generally have, when you get a measles vaccine, you generally have a lifetime protection. That is not true ubiquitously across the entire population, but so few people fall into that category that most people can say with confidence, yes.
I was reading that if you were vaccinated in the early 60s, they weren't using live viruses. They're not as effective as the current ones.
So this came up during our outbreak investigation and our outbreak callings. You fall into one of 3 categories. you're either old enough to have had measles. And the next group is you're old enough to have gotten the first vaccine, which was a single dose, and it's more about that than about whether it was live or not. It was simply a single dose. That was the recommendation way back when. And then the third camp is you've gotten 2 doses, and your level of protection is 98%.
Okay.
So
So if you've only had 1 dose, then you should go talk to your doctor about a second dose.
no, and the reason that we're not recommending it, yeah. So we're not vaccine happy. We're not trying to get everyone to get more vaccines, right? I'm not a salesman. My role is not a salesman. My role is to educate you and inform you. My recommendation, and to be clear, I am not a physician. I have a PhD and not an MD. So I'm going to give you the critical analytical aspect of something, not an algorithm that I've been telling all my patients sort of thing. If you had a single dose, it is believed that you have enough level of protection that if you are exposed to somebody with measles, you're going to be just fine. Might you get measles? Yeah.
But not likely to die.
But you're not likely to die. You're not likely to have severe symptoms. And that's, again, one of the primary functions of vaccines is it isn't intended to entirely protect you like a giant bubble. There really isn't a vaccine out there that does that. It is intended to severely limit your exposure and transmittal to other human beings, but more importantly, for yourself to limit the impact it has on you. So the recommendation for someone like you who's had a single dose of the MMR is not to necessarily get another one per se. There's a caveat to that. If you're going to a known outbreak region or you're going to places where measles is prevalent, the recommendation would be, yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Texas.
But yes, right. So it is out of an abundance of caution that it would be recommended, depending on, like, if you're here in Evergreen and you're not intending to go to any place in Texas or certain parts of the world where measles is prevalent, you probably are more than protected, is the sentiment.
Thank you.
I've spent kind of a lot of time since the pandemic, kind of looking at different approaches to talking to people who are vaccine skeptic, right? During the pandemic, it was a hot issue, and I'm curious how much locally, like people walking into your office, how much do you and your team talk to people? Are people coming into your office to seek advice about vaccines? Are they coming into your office and reacting negatively when you suggest one? Like, what are you seeing in your daily interactions?
There isn't a week that goes by that the clinicians, the 2 nurses don't have those conversations with patients. Our role is public health. So let me just be clear. You as an individual and you as a parent have the right to get a vaccine or not get a vaccine, just to be clear. You have a right to protect yourself or not. That's right. The same with the seatbelt. We've made it a law for lots of reasons because in cars you protect others in that way, in a different way. I've always supported that notion, right? If you share that with me that you are not vaccinated and you don't want to get vaccinated, I will share with you what I know as facts, right? As a non-vaccinated person, you are entirely relying on the rest of us to protect you. That's a fact. That's not my opinion. That's why it's called herd immunity, right? The little people in the middle that are surrounded by all the rest of us, protecting them. Myself, when asked, and the clinical staff, we share facts with people. We don't try to pressure people into things. This is why that vaccine's recommended. This is what can happen if you don't get the vaccine, right? Oh, you saw a YouTube video from whoever who's convinced you otherwise. Well, here's some issues with their reality of what they're saying. Those are the sorts of conversations and the things that we share with individuals. more times than not, we're successful in getting, and most of those conversations are had with mothers, to be honest, about their children and why they would or wouldn't get the vaccine. I understand and appreciate, as a father of three, why it may seem like your child is getting an abundance of vaccines early on, and wanting to spread those out. Fine. How do we do that? How do we do that safely? How do we do it so it's a meaning, it still has clinical meaning to getting these vaccines? We're respectful in every way possible for people's opinions and people's beliefs. There is never any judgment in that. It is simply, here's the facts. This is what we would, as professionals, recommend you do. Just like when you need legal advice, you don't ask a grocery store clerk. You ask a qualified attorney. Why? Because assume they know best. And yes, George, you're correct. Lots of misinformation is out there. It's one thing to knowingly, or it's one thing to mistakenly believe something that just happens to not be true. It's another thing to not believe what you know to be true. Those are two very different things. So it's our job to present facts and present.
Thank you. And I know, I mean, like I'm troubled by the financial interests of folks on social media and making videos that they want to tell you, you know, don't go get this vaccine that you can largely get for free or covered by your insurance because I've got some wellness product that I'm going to sell you instead. And I'm deeply troubled by that trend. I don't.
List of all 6 people advising on vaccines.
Yes, and I'm
Do your
aware
homework.
of those financial interests. So I'm deeply troubled by that, and I get to comment on it more freely, obviously. The place I'm trying to take this conversation is kind of 2 topics. I want to talk about safety, and I want to talk about the tools that you have, because just as a commissioner during the pandemic, I spent a lot of time talking to people about vaccines, and it can be a very nuanced conversation. People that have spent time researching vaccine information on their own can have a lot of facts and details that they want to go through. It can be very time consuming and
I'm familiar.
and I know, and I've witnessed your patience in this room on those conversations. I'm curious, do you feel like you and your team have access to convenient resources to point people to? Is this like how much of a resource demand is this, and what kind of support can this board provide you in helping that situation?
That's a great question. And calling me patient is incredibly generous. I appreciate that. There's something that every American should know, and I know I said this a million times during the pandemic. Every single doctor's office, clinic, hospital, and anybody who administers vaccines or any sort of medicine is part of a network that when I administer, not me personally, when my staff administers a vaccine to you and you have a reaction in some way, shape, or form, it is always, without exception, reported to this network. And it's the reason that when the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine started giving people issues, and there was a few fatalities from that vaccine, specifically related to the heart and the brain. It's why the American public knew about it immediately. Because that network is purposefully established to capture anything that is a negative effect and negative outcome from a vaccine, whether you're 6 months old or 106 years old. It is a fail-safe network that is always there. To your question, the sources of information that we have historically used, we're not using anymore. I'm not going to rely on the CDC for my information currently. Why? Um, I don't trust it. The American Academy of Pediatrics, I'm going to go to, and the American Academy, or American Medical Association. I'm going to go to who I believe to be the experts. And when politics is infused into science, everyone loses, regardless of your party. So I'm going to stick to what I know to not be biased by politics or money or whatever the case may be. Unfortunately, that list is getting shorter. And I don't want that list to get shorter. Nobody does. It's not good for anybody for that list to get shorter. So when people come and ask, hey, I heard this or that, and we readily provide people with, here's a source of information that we trust. Here's a source of information that the state trusts. Here's a source of information that the professionals trust. So I never thought I would say this in my entire life, that I don't trust certain sources of information that I've always trusted.
What about the World Health Organization?
Definitely on the trust list.
But is that gonna be more of an end goal, end where you go to because it's out of our country?
Well, the American Academy of Pediatrics, well, I never say never. It seems everything is being infiltrated, whether it be a university or you name it. So like I said, the list is getting shorter. And I don't go to one source. That would be really stupid as a PhD. I go to multiple sources that I know. And when those multiple sources are telling me the same thing, that's when I know it's true. I definitely don't get anything from AI or Google or YouTube or a myriad of other places.
Thank you. Lastly, and I appreciate your time. As you're having those conversations, are there any incidents the board need to be aware of around the safety of your staff? Do you and your team feel safe in the setting that you're in, having the conversations you're having?
Yeah, as I sat here and heard the comments about staff safety here and what's going on, and I don't know if you saw what happened at the CDC a couple weeks ago, where more than 500 rounds of gunfire were and many people injured at the CDC because an individual believed that the COVID vaccine is what caused his mental health illness, perpetuated by all of the above. So we've been asking for panic buttons at the clinic for more than 2 years now, and haven't gotten them yet. I did a workaround to that reality, and we have radios with the pizza button on it that we have as an alternative to a panic button in our clinic. So we have had a few instances in our clinic of individuals who are unruly, who are potentially violent. I myself have called 911 3 times in the last 3 years. So yeah. And it's a challenge now that the clinic is full in terms of, right, there's a lot more access now. There's a lot more people behind our 2 locked doors that we're unaware of as a clinic. And it's not a bad thing. I'm glad that all those people are there doing all the wonderful things that they're doing. But it's a different reality now when you have lots more people that we're unaware of and unaware of why they're there, and unaware of who's with them, right? Why are they there in terms of the service and who's helping them do that?
So presumably you know the people who have leased the offices, but you're saying when their clients come in or something?
Yeah, right. JCMH is there. They have clients coming in all the time. The Advocates for Recovery are there now, and they have meetings and stuff, right? And none of this is bad, just to be clear. All of that is very much appreciated by me. It's just a different reality now of, oh, there's
People you
eight
don't
more people and
personally-
I don't know why you're here, right? My staff has made a great effort to meet and greet and talk and see and who is there and who should be there and who is a visitor and who's seeking services, et cetera. So yeah.
Yeah, we also had a panic button in the BOCC offices and then it disappeared. So we have a request in to get it back.
Yeah.
I don't see why you shouldn't have one.
I think, I mean, safe to say right now that you have the board support. That our staff has the board support in seeking solutions. Be it panic buttons, figuring out how to set expectations across the many users of that floor, et cetera. I think if you find obstacles, this board is willing to help you find ways through them.
Right, as well as a discussion about backup funds for vaccinations.
I appreciate that.
Anything else, colleagues?
No, thank you. This was really helpful.
You're welcome. We are required to meet quarterly, whether you like it or not.
Okay, does this count?
This counts as our first, yes. This is my first since the pandemic where we met almost, it seemed like every single day, but on a quarterly basis. And next time I would like to talk about the Community Health Improvement Plan, for which you have received a copy months ago, but want to walk through that as we're now in year 2 or 3 of that. In terms of what we're doing in public health besides vaccines. That's simply one of many things that we do. So have a conversation about that.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, great, thank you. Thank you.
Bear with me for a moment here, colleagues. We have next on the agenda, we have back sitting as the Board of County Commissioners. We're here to consider approval of Resolution 25-13, a resolution rescinding Resolution 98-181, encouraging a process for access across private property via existing roads and driveways, supporting a balanced and judicious approach to including individuals in the official county road system map, and reaffirming the board's authority over historical access roads and its right to assume jurisdiction over and to enforce public rights with respect to historical roads. We have Peter Lickman here to present. Peter, before you start, colleagues, this has attracted some interest from the public. I think that I have the ability to do a special public comment period. If with your indulgence, I would like to do that today. So what I'm going to ask Peter is if you would give an overview of what the board is being asked to consider. I'll then open it up for public comment if anybody wishes to make a statement to the board that may inform some questions we have, our opinions, et cetera.
Absolutely. So the board may recall that this resolution came to it probably right at the beginning of the 2 new board members' terms. Either that or it was at the end of the last.
Right at the end, last meeting of the last board.
Okay, there you
I
go.
was gonna say, we watched.
You watched. So you may recall that this resolution came before the board. There was a significant amount of discussion. And even though the resolution was postured to be approved, it was decided to send it back for more consideration to include some additional information in the resolution, to include what the county calls its standard operating procedure for determining road research, the accessibility of public roads. So we pulled that at that time. The board asked for us to review it, go back. In that amount of time, we've gone back and reviewed the resolution. So some history. It's in your packet, by the way, but in 1998, the board at the time, the Board of County Commissioners passed a resolution 98-181, declaring that all historical mining roads essentially were public access roads, meaning they were public and the public could cross them. You couldn't gate them, things of that nature. And that came about because we had a lot of individuals at the time who were blocking roads that traditionally people had used to get to their properties. The problem with 98-181 under law was that it did not specify specific roads that were part of what the board considered historical access roads, mining roads. It wasn't an oversight on the board's part. The law at the time had not even changed. There was a federal law, 2477, it's RS 2477 that existed, that has since been overturned. But that law was a federal law that basically said all open federal lands are open to the public. Over time, laws relating to road rights has changed, and Colorado statutes adopted its requirement that every county have a road system map. And that is what became our official map of what county roads are. Our road system map is typically brought to the board once a year, maybe every other year. And it updates both our primary roads system, which are typically roads that we maintain, and it has our secondary non-maintained roads as well on that primary list, on that list. The road map itself is the official document. So 98-181 has remained on the books. It's just been out there. When the board in 98 passed that, they subsequently in 99 passed Resolution 9977, which was to establish a process for when these historical access roads were to be identified as county roads specifically. It basically said that the onus is on the property owners to establish that it's a public road. That created confusion, unfortunately. There was an expectation on the part of some members of the public at that time that the county undertake that research and determine it for a fee. So what the board did in 2003 was they ended up rescinding 9977 because it created confusion. But in that resolution that rescinded 9977, this new resolution 03126 specified that the board would establish a process by which the county evaluates roads and determines whether or not a road, a historical mining access road, for example, is a county public road. Regrettably, as you know, maybe it's not regrettable, but commissions change over time and new boards come in, and perhaps intents of one board do not go on to the next board just by nature of their different people and don't even have it necessarily on their radar. So pretty much that has been the standard. In 2016, the county, through part of its growth and professionalization and in the context of Colorado statutes, established its road map and its primary and secondary road system. And so that's been the official road system of the county since that time, and it's been subsequently amended and revised. But 98-181 has remained on the books, and it has created confusion among some property owners that leads them to believe that a road that has not been adopted into the county's primary or secondary road system is still a public road for purposes of their access, their legal access to their land. Well, under the law, there needs to be, for the county to assert such a right as a right of way, for example, there needs to be some sort of a overt act related to that particular road. 98-181 didn't serve that. The road maps and the system map does serve that function. That does not mean that there are not historical access roads out there that could be added at some point to the county roadmap. It's a matter of methodically going through and looking at various criteria. But I think to clean up the books essentially, it would be helpful to remove 98-181, which gives this broad swath and really has no effectiveness to rescind that. At the same time, it makes a lot of sense, and this is what the last board had suggested, that we truly lay out what the process is. If you have a road, if you live on a road that hasn't been adopted to the county's primary road system, is there a process by which you go through it? So what we did in this resolution is we rescind 98-181, and we basically reaffirm the board's commitment to protect the public's right when it comes to their access to their land. It sets forth the adoption of a criteria that the county staff has been using. We have something called a road research team. It's comprised of people from site development, planning, mapping, GIS, as well as I attend those meetings and other people also attend, just it depends on the nature of the issue that comes before us. And we are routinely evaluating roads or issues relating to roads. And that's also why you end up getting amendments or revisions to the road system map. As part of this resolution, and you'll see it attached as an exhibit, we included what that standard operating procedure is that staff uses. Staff relies on objective criteria when they determine or get ready to make a recommendation to the board about whether something is a road, whether it or not it should be adopted into the county's primary or secondary road system. It's a 3-page or 2-page document, but it goes through all these objective criteria as to what may be the basis. It relies on other organizational maps, U.S. Forest Service maps, geological survey maps, historical county road maps. What we did in this resolution that is before you today is link to those sources. So even though we attach the exhibit, which is for internal use by staff, we want the public to be able to feel free to look on their own and see if they want to try and go through that, they can. But ultimately, it comes up typically when somebody is seeking to develop. And in that instance, typically, we end up reviewing those type of determinations. I will say that the road system map is what Road and Bridge and all the other departments now rely on. So this has become, there's been a lot of attention, understandably. What I think needs to be stated is that by rescinding 98-181, we're not taking away established rights that are out there. We're just pointing out that 98-181 did not establish with any specificity a variety of rights on public roads or on roads that might be public roads. So that's really the purpose of it. And I have to say that the new resolution, and it's lengthy, as has been my brief background here, but essentially it really does go through and address how this will be handled in the future, and how it's been handled actually since at least 2016. So at that point, if there are any questions.
Colleagues, do you want to ask questions now, or do you want to do public comment and then ask questions?
Public comment.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm going to open it up for public comment. If you're on Zoom, you can press your raise hand button. If you're in the room, just give me an indication.
We do have one person on Zoom ready to go.
And one person in the room.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the room first.
Hello, Joanne Soren.
Joanne,
you
you need to come up.
Yeah, just state your name, roughly where you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Joanne Sorensen, 220 Mill Creek Road, Dumont. And thank you. I appreciate the clear explanation from the county attorney on this resolution. And I understand it better than I did last time you had it on the agenda. And I did go through with staff the process that they are currently using or that they've used since 2016. And I believe it makes sense. I think it is the same process that was advocated for in 98-181, and it's laid out pretty clearly. I do have two comments, however, that I wanted to draw to your attention, and that is in this research, public access research questions, in section 1 and number 2A, I think it's 2A, let me make sure, section 1, 2A, does the applicant have access off of a county road? And A says, is the road noted on the official county road maintenance list? Does that mean that if you're not on the maintenance list, there may be a negative answer coming forward? Or is it actually not the maintenance list that you're concerned with, it's the county road system map that you're concerned with? So that's one question. And the second question, I don't know if Cindy Neely is online to comment, but she spoke with me last night. And she asked if there are any unintended consequences of rescinding 98-181 because the Historic District Public Lands Commission, oh, she already raised this concern?
Yes, but please state it and I can respond.
Okay, in the resolution 9978, where the Board of County Commissioners delegated management responsibility to the Historic District Public Lands Commission, they cited 181-98. And she just wants to be assured that there's no negative impact to their management responsibilities and their management authority because you are rescinding the original document that her resolution is based on. So those are my two comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's proceed with public comment and then we can, sure, public comment is going to inform some questions from the board. That's good.
Okay.
I know, I think you said we had someone online.
Yep, Robin, I'm gonna promote to panelist.
Yes, for me.
It's Robin DeMayo.
Excuse me.
Hi, Robin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Got it. Sorry, I just found it. I'm doing this from my phone. Well, I just wanted to start off by saying I do work.
If you
for
could
Clear
please, I'm sorry, sorry to interrupt you. If you could please start by stating your name, roughly where you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Robin DeMayo. I work for Clear Creek County Road and Bridge Department. And I have been interested in the research that's been gone on about these roads being brought into the county system. As a matter of fact, in June of 2024, my partner and I wrote to the road research team and requested confirmation on the status of a road that leads to our mining claims. And oh, by the way, I live in Idaho Springs, but I do have property, undeveloped property. And so I didn't hear back until December 2024. And at that time I was told what I should submit, although a standard operating procedure was not even really established to my knowledge, that was adopted by the commissioners as a guide to make these decisions. But so we submitted our paperwork. It's a historical road. We submitted everything, and so far the only answer I've been able to get is we can't answer your question. So I have August 5th, you probably emailed the commissioners, is I would like to speak about this a little more in depth in a 3-minute public comment. And I requested to get on the agenda of a board meeting, and I have not been accepted to do that as yet. So, and I was surprised that this was on the agenda, although I do work for the county. I actually had to take the day off when I found out that it was on there because I can't do public comment, not even 3 minutes while I'm at work. But Resolution R98-181, that's not the entire subject here. Although the last time in December, I was told that no way was the county trying to rescind Resolution R98-181. And I was also told that I misinterpreted that resolution when I bought my property and knew it was a public road after doing my research. And so I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's the law and there's the spirit of the law. And I think Joanne Sorensen has made it clear that the letter of the law or the spirit of the law sometimes can trump the letter of the law. And I don't believe that property owners realize what's going on. They don't know that they are being assessed and taxed as residential development when the county is not acknowledging they have legal access to their property. So I don't know if I'm past 3 minutes, George, but I'm very disappointed to see this today, and I haven't had a chance to prepare. I haven't had a chance to review the proposed resolution.
Thank you. If you have any additional points, you did hit 3 minutes, but I'm happy to hear any additional points.
Okay, I do have an additional point. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, please proceed.
Oh, okay. So as far as roads being public that are only in the county's road system map, and other than that, you know, they're people don't have legal access or else they're private. We were told that if you can't establish to the road research team's satisfaction that your road is a historic public road, that you can get easements and go that way. Well, two of the properties that our road goes through is Sheep Keep, which is owned by the county. It's open space. It also goes through Forest Service. And we requested an easement from the county for an easement and have never heard anything back. So the lack of response in the indecision, I just feel that I just have not been treated fairly. And that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you about when they get into the county road book. Okay, there was a road, I won't say the name, that was in the county's adopted established road book for a measurement of 0.59 miles. And I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. But later, the county decided, no, that was a mistake. It should only be 0.48 or something. And as a result of that, a property owner was unable to access their property. So I agree that we need some kind of procedure, policies, SOP, but I think it needs a little more thought.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, colleagues, let's go into the questions phase. I think if you would indulge me before we do, the road that was being discussed, I just want to clarify the road that was just mentioned. The mileage was listed inaccurately. The map itself, which we actually used to make determinations, was accurate in that case that was being decided. This was not a case of the county making arbitrary decisions. This was a case of a mistake in the written mileage on the map. I believe we've since clarified in that document that it is the official record. And certainly mistakes like that are regrettable. But are just the product of humans doing work and making mistakes.
And could we just note for the record that this meeting was publicly announced, the subject was publicly announced, and the attached document was provided on our website.
Correct. So I think, I just wanted to, just while it was fresh, mention that. I don't think I have anything else right this moment. Colleagues, what questions do you have?
I just was wondering if we could address the unintended consequences to this.
I think the question is, would 90, I had this on my list too.
Resending.
Will 9978 still be in effect if we
Yes.
rescind 90? Yeah.
Yes, entirely. I have a copy of the resolution. I reviewed it. I also spoke to Cindy Neely, who had asked about it on behalf of HDPLC. It's mentioned 98-181 is referenced in a whereas clause, but it does not rely upon 98-181 to be effective. So that resolution 9978 remains unchanged and unaffected by this.
The other question that is on my mind, the scope of work mentions the official road maintenance list. I know this is an internal document. I presume you interpret that as the official roadmap, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would like Stoy to talk to it because essentially we don't discriminate between the maintenance list versus the roadmap. And there's there is a slight distinction.
Yeah, and this process guide that was developed is meant to evaluate legal access, not the level of maintenance associated with the road. So so you are correct that that is intended to reference the adopted road list in its entirety.
That includes the secondary non-maintained roads.
Is it possible to, in this resolution on passage, simply change that reference? It's from instead of saying the road maintenance list, whatever the published name of the published document that's publicly accessible, people can go to? Is it possible for us just to make that minor change?
I don't see a problem internally. Do you see a problem with changing it to the official county road system map?
No, I believe that that was the intention of the process there.
Yeah, so we'll make that change. Before we record this resolution, I'll update that so that it's reflected. This is, by the way, an internal policy, not something that goes to the board for review. It's not a board policy per se. It's an internal mechanism to make these determinations.
Thank you. I think the official, I just pulled it up. It's called the Clear Creek County Road System List. And thank you for that clarification. I wanted to ask the question. The board does not adopt that
SOP, standard operating procedure.
although I guess we technically are today.
It's an exhibit, but I specifically state that it is for internal use and it is referenced in the resolution, not for approval, but rather as it's referenced because I say that we do have a process that we are established, that we go by. Indirectly, the board is endorsing it.
And so the purpose of that is so that members of the public who are trying to figure out whether their road is public or not can look at it as a guide for how to get information that the road is public or not. Staff, upon passage of this resolution, if we do that, won't be bound. They can continue to make improvements to that scope of work as they identify them, correct?
Correct. And we do update this procedure from time to time based on situations that come before us. So with that understanding, yes, that's correct.
And I just like somebody in staff to get back to Ms. DeMayo about her historic road. And she said that her question was not answered. If we could just follow up and.
Sure, and just to clarify, our response was that we brought the request to the road research team to evaluate this road, and the team was unable to find sufficient evidence to recommend to the board that this was a public road.
Okay, so you answered her question, but she didn't agree with the answer or something?
Well, and we were unable to definitively say yes or no, because we don't want to say, no, this is not a public road, because there may be evidence out there that we are unaware of. that would.
So did you ask her to provide more information or?
We reviewed all the information that they were able to provide to us and our typical references that are outlined in the process guide, and through those typical references, we were unable to find that. But that's not to say that there is not some court order we're unaware of that made that, decreed that as a public road or something of that nature that could be out there. We just weren't able to find that evidence. So I think the question that really vexes landowners at times is that we're unable to definitively answer that question. We're only able to go through our process and say that we haven't found sufficient evidence to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that this be adopted or included in the county's public road list.
And that's accounted for in our SOP. In other words, we never prohibit somebody from bringing objective criteria or evidence to us. We welcome that. It helps establish that. What we don't rely on is testimony. We don't rely on an affidavit from a neighbor who says, I've used that road for 20 years. We could, but then we get into a whole issue relating to factual interpretation, which is much more appropriate, candidly, for a court setting, for a court to establish a road.
You can swear a person in.
You can swear a person in, have them testify, and you can cross-examine them on that.
Okay.
So that is why we stick to objective criteria. Ms. DeMaio was explained all of that. The links were provided to her that we use. I believe she has been spoken to a number of times about this. It's regrettable that her concerns still remain unresolved, but it is still incumbent upon Ms. DeMaio or any property owner, if they have additional information, to bring it to us, and we will consider it.
Okay, thank you.
The status of a road is a fact that's out there. Either a road has historic access or it doesn't. It's just a fact. We have some tools we can use to ascertain whether we're comfortable making a legal assertion like, yes, this road is public, correct?
Correct.
However, property owners have all kinds of other recourses available to them. So for example, if they have a property owner that is refusing to grant an easement, right?
Right.
They can use the court system and provide testimony to the court system, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And so then I also just want to get a sense of part of when I read through all these historic resolutions, I think past boards learned over time that offering, I'm going to certify whether your road is a public road or not, is a service with unintended consequences. I think it's evaluating information that people are willing to provide is resource demanding on its own, right? However, with the extent of the roads that are out there that may be public, that aren't on our list, can you give me a sense of the resource demand associated with saying we're going to offer a level of service where when there's a curious property owner, we're going to do everything we can to prove that a road is public? Can you just give me a sense of what that might look like in a budget or in terms of the demand on staff time?
Yeah, I think just there is some, staff time from individuals we've outlined in this process guide, at least internally. I don't know if it's included in the resolution or the information that was provided to you, but outlined the specific department that would be responsible for evaluating the different types of information, for mapping type information, our GIS department would be responsible for evaluating that and responding to the road research team for the additional analysis. And so there's usually, a couple hours at least of individual staff time from individual departments to locate these documents that are provided to us. And then we meet as a group with the road research team, which involves several directors and department heads that would then take all the information that was provided, the individual staff analysis of that, and then make a determination of whether or not to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners any course of action.
Thank you. And this is my best guess as to why you see Resolution 03126 rescinding Resolution 9977, which tried to set up a process like that. And I think it was those resource demands that caused the Board of County Commissioners at that time 22 years ago to say, actually, there's a level of service that we probably can't reliably provide here. Maybe the trade-offs are too great. I know colleagues, I'll remind you that there are a lot of big thorny issues that we could ask a team of that intelligence and resource demand, right? To try to solve. We get code enforcement complaints on a very regular basis that are very complex. We have conversations about how to maintain unmaintained roads. And so I just want to like make the point and as you both are being introduced to this topic that a decision to try to provide a level of service that Resolution 9977 aspired to, that we just heard a request for from public comment, is a decision to not address other big issues. And so I just, on the record and in response, just wanted to kind of lay that out. So thank you for your indulgence.
So what we're doing today, because Robin's issue has been brought up several times, and it sounds like there's no conclusion to her issue. Rescinding 98-181 does not affect the outcome of her property either way.
In my legal opinion, it does not affect her property because 98-181 does not meet the requisite legal requirements in order to establish an overt act of use of that road.
So then there's still the issue. I'm assuming she'll probably be back. How do we resolve this? Or does she need to come up with, like, she goes to the planning department, wants to build on it, or, you know, my understanding is she bought this as an investment and
Right.
probably in the future wants to do something with it.
So, I can tell you what staff has advised. I do not want to offer legal advice. That is not my role.
Right.
But typically,
Specifically, legal advice to not this.
not the board. Staff has advised that Ms. DeMaio, for example, and any property owner in this type of situation can seek easements from the other property owners along that road, allowing that person access through those roads. My understanding based on the public comment is some of that is open space road or open space land. I suspect open space is hesitant to grant an easement through the sheep keep. That's been in existence for a while. Forest Service, we have no control over the Forest Service determinations of the road. But that being said, the other option is for Ms. DeMaio or somebody else to undertake legal action to establish that that road has been constructively used for 20 some odd years, where they would pursue that independently. Who would they pursue that against? The other property owners that in their view are preventing access, not against the county. Now, that we happen to be one of the owners of that. And then the court could determine whether or not it's a road from a legal definition. Another option is to find other materials, other mapping, to bring to our attention. But I want to point out that if Ms. DeMaio wanted to develop land, build a house, she would reach out to the county for the necessary permits, go to site development. Site development would indicate you need legal access, you need to demonstrate it. I think we'd be in the same situation where we couldn't grant that legal access. We could not confirm it. And so that's where the individual property owners to pursue other avenues. Now, I want to note that I think even back in 98, what the board was really concerned about probably, and we have some people here who could verify this, but essentially what we don't want is somebody to put up a gate, a random private property owner to just put up a gate to block access that somebody has been using. So we discourage that. And we always look to make sure that, I mean, we've had two situations just in the past few weeks that we've talked about a road research where property owners just randomly put a gate up we tear them down if it's a public right of way. That's what we do.
And this is not what we're on the agenda to discuss, but because it was brought up, I want to ask colleagues if I'm going to share my interpretation of what's appropriate and then ask you if you agree. The Open Space Commission is a body that recommends to the Board of County Commissioners. I don't believe that the Open Space Commission should be denying or granting easements without the knowledge of the Board of County Commissioners. And I think it's appropriate, if you think it's legal, for the board to offer direction today that to establish that if there's an easement request to the Open Space Commission, that information make it to the board so that the board can make a determination on that easement request. And it is welcome to come with a recommendation, of course.
So, absolutely, but just so you know, any easement that we accept, if we are asked and we want to grant an easement or accept an easement, we bring those to the board's attention. We consider that a real estate transaction that has to be verified.
Thank you. It's the denial or the non-response that I think that I want to encourage the board to ask not happen without, well,
Right. And I do not recall seeing that request for an easement. Just so you're aware, I don't recall coming to me, but it may have been out there.
if a person's trying to contact the Open Space Commission, where should they go?
They should reach out to Martha Tableman
And on the website.
and on the website, but county staff is the person, the contact that really effectuates all open space matters is Martha Tableman. And her contact information is on the website.
Colleagues, are you in disagreement with what I just
Oh, no,
asserted?
that makes sense to me.
Okay.
No, and what we do here today doesn't affect that anyway,
No.
so.
I have just one last point I'd like to make, which is I think resolution 98-181 being in the books creates a problem for people that are considering whether to buy property or not. If you're thinking about buying a property in Clear Creek County and a realtor shows you a resolution like resolution 98-181 that's on the books, you may believe that you're on a public road when you're not. And so I think that this is a step towards creating a kind of clarity that our real estate market needs. And I also think that as an outcome of this, I'd like to encourage some proactive outreach around the fact that we've passed this resolution replacing 98-181. I don't know the extent to which we have contact information for the realtor community in Clear Creek County. But it I think could be a very positive step for the realtor community to be in possession of this. If that's something that staff is able to accomplish.
Or at least reach out and tell them to look on our website for updates on property rights.
Yeah.
Which realtors should be doing anyway.
Yeah, and so my hope is that like they're engaged, it's their job to be engaged and know the law, and I hope that even getting this to a couple may help that community better inform the purchasing public.
Just so the board is aware, Ms. DeMaio does have her hand raised again. It's at your discretion. We have closed public comment, but I defer to you.
Colleagues?
She's here, we're here, might as well hear her.
I'm gonna open another round of public comment.
I do note that it's unorthodox to do that. It's typically not something we do, but I understand the board's extension of courtesy.
I see that we have comment in the room.
Up again?
Robin is transferred over.
We'll hear,
Just if Robin wants to speak, go ahead.
we'll hear from Robin first.
Robin?
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just wanted to note that I disagree with what Stoy said as far as we did not submit proper documentation that this is a public road and has been used. It is on the 1958 historic quad map. It's on all the county maps, and it is an extension of Wild Wagoner Road. But they just stopped right where our road comes, and the road does go right through our property. people are talking about putting up gates, which nobody wants to see. But, and also as far as when we were told, get easements, we talked to our property owners that the road went through before it got to our property. They were all, except for one we couldn't get a hold of, willing to give us an easement except for the county. And we did. We were directed by Stoy to contact Martha Tableman. And we did by email. And I'm not prepared for this. So I have the records, but I don't have it right here in front of me right now. And she was, delayed in responding to us, and then couldn't give us a response, and then told us to talk to Amy, who doesn't even work here anymore. So it's not like we didn't get clear direction on how to go. We were told, yeah, you need to get easements, but then when we said, well, one of them is going to have to be from the county, how to get it was not told to us. It wasn't told to us to go to the board. It wasn't told to us to go to Peter. It was told to us to go to Martha Tableman, which is what we did. And I don't know. I just feel like, well, I don't want to say I feel like, I believe this is a public road. I believe that we submitted the proper documentation. I believe that we relied on historical records before we purchased the property. And now all of a sudden we're having to prove, or the county's wanting to prove that it's not a public road. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I don't see any transparency coming through, and I'm very disappointed.
Thank you. We're still in public comment.
I just wanted, one of Robin's statements helped me consider another thought here. When people buy property in Clear Creek County, one of the things that they look at is the zoning. Can they live on it? And the zoning for mining claims is either M1 or M2. And that zoning was established probably in the 1970s. And access was not any, as far as I recall from the discussion, access to those mining claims, if you wanted to be M1, was not a consideration to get M1 zoning. It was just, your financial future that indicated you wanted M1 zoning. So there are probably a lot of people out there who own mining claims zoned M1 who believe they have a right to develop. But when they come to get permits from the county, they will be asked to show one more thing, and that is that access. And maybe they invested a lot of money in an M1 claim, not realizing that it wasn't truly developable unless they could show that access. And I don't think that has anything to do with whether you adopt this resolution or not, but it does play into the public response if they own M1 claims.
Thank you.
That's my additional thought. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, any additional questions or opinions?
Just to wrap up the public comment, could I ask staff to take another look at what she submitted and give her a detailed response? Whether that's resubmitting what you submitted before, or just say, this is why it wasn't sufficient?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I
Okay.
think that staff should treat members of the public the same. And so-
Why isn't that treating her the same?
Well, maybe we can turn this into a question. Staff, do you believe that you've treated that response the same as you've treated other requests?
We have, yeah, it's really one of a few requests that we've actually brought to the road research team through the process guide. And I think that we did look at the references in our that are outlined in the guide there, and I think that there's maybe a difference of opinion between Ms. Mayo and and the road research team as far as what, what those references are and what we should be evaluating to establish the historic categorization of.
Okay, so you responded, but she just didn't like your response.
It was really a trial run, so there was not that level of detail in our process guide to kind of say, okay, this is, how we'll exactly evaluate and this is how we'll respond. And so that's still something that we're developed, but and we did take this evaluation on really as a kind of trial run on the process guide. It's I think typically, and it may be outlined in the process guide, that typically we would not take a request from a realtor or even a landowner to go through that extensive evaluation process unless there was, I think, several key things that we outlined that were taking place. One was the development permit. If they submitted an application for a driveway access, then that would kick.
That was not.
And that was not done in this, or if there's some other planning case or something like that, it's typically when we would go through this evaluation process, just because as Commissioner Marlin has pointed out, the tax on resources for staff is pretty heavy to do this type of evaluation. And so we've considered all along that we would not be able to honor every request to do a road evaluation of this nature. And so that's why we kind of outlined those particular items. And
Because there was no building permit associated with this request, right?
there was not.
And so we have, somebody know off the top of their head how many parcels we have in Clear Creek County? Does it number in the thousands, parcels that are not built on?
More than that.
And so I really want to be cautious about resource demand and expectation setting.
Okay.
What I want to encourage is if any individual commissioners want to know more about this case, I'm sure staff can provide that information. Commissioners can look through it themselves. If they feel a mistake was made, like that's another conversation. But I wouldn't support board direction to go reevaluate that.
And I will note that I did sit down with the landowners of the subject property, Mr. Mayo and another landowner for this property, and had a discussion with them about our process and about how we evaluated the information that they provided to us. And so we've been more than, myself and other staff have been more than willing to spend time on this particular request.
Okay, so you have spent the time and they just didn't get the answer they wanted.
Yeah, I think that the frustration comes more generally with landowners of these types of properties, as Joanne was pointing out, that there's an entitled right to develop these properties. But sometimes to realize that right can be a big challenge in cost and obtaining additional approvals and that sort of thing. And I think that there is a real frustration and confusion from some landowners or potential landowners that would buy that, assuming that they can, have readily available access when it's not always the case.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, interaction between rights, right? You've got a road with a lot of private property owners. They all have rights. One person's rights doesn't trump another person's rights.
If they even have the rights.
Anything else? Colleagues, what are your opinions on this? Who would like to start? I can start if you'd like.
Go for it.
I support this resolution. I think that this is just one of the things that we need to do to help clean up the understanding of what it means when you buy a property in Clear Creek, et cetera. I think having 98-181 remain on the books creates more situations like the one we heard about in public comment.
Yeah, I agree. To get rid of some confusion would be nice and helpful to the public.
Are you ready for a motion?
If we're in agreement, good.
I move that the board approve resolution R 25-13, a resolution rescinding R 98-181. Would you like me to read the full thing, or is that sufficient?
I think as long as you reference as it's stated on the agenda, you're fine.
Okay, as it's stated on the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? just want to express a lot of gratitude to staff. It's been
Yeah,
a
thank you.
long, difficult, for more than a year conversation. We've looked at every angle of this. With that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You all.
Thank you for protecting staff's time here.
You are welcome. So the next thing on the agenda is a break for lunch, colleagues. Maybe should we do that? It's noon.
Yeah.
It seems like the perfect time. Okay, we will reconvene at 12:35. We are back on the record. Thank you all for your patience. The next item on the agenda, we're now sitting as the Emergency Services General Improvement District. We have a work session to discuss draft ballot language. Colleagues, if you'd indulge me, we have Jeremy Jones here, the Assistant Fire Chief. Jeremy, you're welcome to join us for this conversation. I know we just spent an hour or so discussing this yesterday. I also know that we have one more session to approve this. I think what we can accomplish is offering some direction in terms of what we want ultimately to be produced. Do we want to land on one option today? Do we want to ask two options be produced for the board's consideration next week? I can guide us through my notes from the conversation yesterday if we think that's helpful. How would you like to proceed?
It was just yesterday, I think I remember.
Okay.
I feel like it's redundant.
It's a redundant conversation.
I feel like it.
I think that the conversation is bordering on redundance. We do, of course, either today or in a week, need to make some decisions. What I think might be helpful on the 26th is for us to see kind of the two options in full, and the two options being essentially what we're seeing here, and then example one is a separate question, or the second option would be removing the debrucing language, the last words on the first page of this document, and having example two as the second question. That could help us kind of see both and make a final decision next week, or if we wanted to, we could see if we can align on a final decision today.
So we're just merging.
I mean,
them,
not a
taking
final
out-
decision, but direction to staff about which option to bring.
And just to be clear, I think the version that you have in front of you that was in the agenda packet is not the updated one with the bullets, or is it?
Yes, it has bullets.
No, the it's sub bullets that we create that yesterday at the public safety.
Oh,
meeting.
right.
So George, you had made edits to that version and I had sent you the sub bullet version.
So let's just answer that question first. Do we like the way the sub bullets were created in the Word document that was on screen yesterday?
Oh, I remember. Yes, that was better. Thank you.
Do we like that?
Yes.
Jeremy, do you agree? Okay, so we know that we want the ultimate version to have those headers and sub bullets in it. Do we want a fourth bullet discussing? I had advocated yesterday for a fourth bullet discussing getting a third ambulance that can, enhance local response, reduce reliance on mutual aid. I think, Peter, you made the comment that might be like, that could be included.
Under the EMS.
Just like not in the ballot language. It could just be like in, somebody else could talk
Oh,
about it
in the
basically.
blue book or something.
Yeah. Colleagues, I kind of like the way the fire authority one reads, where you've got sort of, it's pretty clear, like this is what we're trying to maintain. And then here's what we would also try, like just being very clear about where expansion versus sustaining lives. And so this is not a hard opinion, but I think it's slightly better with that fourth bullet in there. Do you agree?
I mean, if people are going to spend more money, they want to know where it's going. And I think, sustaining service performance is one thing, but then if we can say under a subcategory under EMS, this would help fund a new ambulance and avoid having to lease Gilpins or whatever.
What do you think on the question of the fourth bullet?
Yes, as long as, are we still in contact with Bill or?
I haven't spoken to Bill in a little while.
Well,
Bill Ray.
I'm sending an email and trying to reestablish
Okay, yeah,
contact.
I mean, we don't want to make something too long or I'm good with adding the information. I think the voters that are gonna vote this fall are gonna be different than the ones that vote in the presidential. Well, there's the addition. People that are gonna vote this fall are gonna be people that are, I think, probably pay attention a little more. And probably our older population.
Yeah, if you look at the, I think Bill sent a likely voter breakdown. And we're looking at it's higher income, older people. And so generally that actually puts a preponderance of our likely voters in Evergreen. We look at the whole county, which obviously are involved in this. So it makes the data around our unincorporated area a little bit trickier because it is a population that traditionally does not participate or is not likely to participate.
We can't talk about the Evergreen side.
No, I'm saying that if you look at our off-year voter population
Oh,
in the county, we are excluding groups that are actually very likely to vote. And the people that we are targeting are a group that is a little bit more mixed on their probability to vote.
Okay.
So I'm
The-
just
the
thinking
people that-
probably like your Mill Creek people, St. Mary's, I know my road, probably all of them vote, so.
I have a question. I thought a few months ago when we were talking about this, he couldn't run a ballot question for both. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You can't do it for both sales taxes and mills. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, so when this says taxes will be increased X dollars from a property tax of blank mills. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then I think I heard three statements in support of that third bullet.
I think adding the third bullet, as long as you three collectively agree that that third ambulance is something that's gonna happen next year. If this passes, I think that's where you don't want to back yourself in the corner, but if you agree that's the direction you're gonna allow Aaron to go with his agency, then yeah, I think it's well worth the time to put it in the ballot and say, hey, this is what you're gonna get for your investment.
Okay.
We can market that appropriately to everybody we talk to moving forward, including the data of standby time and all the stuff that we put in that website. So I think it's well worth the time as long as everybody agrees that that is something that has to happen next year as part of this if it passes.
So then I think what that means to me, and it's a really good point, that we're not noticed to do something like adopt a budget that has a third ambulance today.
Right.
But we can, does it make sense to ask in the same meeting, we're considering this language for a work session on that third ambulance so that we could, in a setting like that, direct the third ambulance to be included in the budget proposal?
But doesn't that depend on whether or not this passes?
Unfortunately, you'll need to make the budget decision before you know.
Directing it to be included in the proposal, at least make sure that staff knows, because it was not in the proposal last year.
Okay.
And then we can wrestle with what that means. So if we can be noticed in a way that we can have the information we need to offer that direction on the 26th, maybe that's a work session before we approve ballot language, just to discuss for a third ambulance. We've got the assistant county manager over finance here, Rachel Harlow-Schock. Also, just since I'm doing this, we have Chief Fabian in the room as well. Kelly, please join us.
Okay.
Okay, if you do want to say anything, we're going to ask you to come closer to the microphones.
So thank you for letting me come up. The budget discussion with EMS happened yesterday for the 2026. We already started a conversation. In that conversation, we talked about the asks that he will have absent the vote. So no matter what, he's going to ask for the things that he needs to build out a third
team, including that third ambulance. Whether or not the money is there is something different. So I just want to make sure, because that sounds like the question you asked, you were asking, Ken, do you need to? This is a preemptive on, as part of the, he asked that he will have for 2026, which is you are asking for money to cover his ongoing expense, which we know to be that third team build out. He's going to ask for it no matter what. So it will be in the budget. Whether or not you can afford it is something different.
Okay.
And your final budget adoption is in December. So you'll know by then as to whether or not you're approved by the voters.
Do I understand this is a recommendation against some kind of a work session to discuss the need for a third ambulance before we approve this ballot language?
Yes, I don't think you need to have it. Aaron has already evaluated that need. And it's going to be part of his budget proposal.
Yep, I'm fine with that. Keep it simple.
Good enough. So then, the fourth bullet, knowing that this is a clearly identified need that is going to be in the budget proposal, I agree with the fourth bullet. I'm just going to try to help us proceed through this conversation in a little bit of a decisive way. We had some comments on language. Colleagues, I wonder, do we want to try to sort of collectively work through, like, I'm talking about the word detect, the word adequately. Do we want to try to work through that collectively?
Would you send us that?
Maybe, George, are you able to share that on screen, or I'm not sure which version you have.
I have the old version.
I have a version that just has some notes from yesterday, and I'm happy to log into the Zoom and
Or if you want to send it to me, I can share it right away.
just take me a second. While this is going up, my instinct is for us to choose who will try to think hard about that language and bring a proposal that is reflective of the comments yesterday, rather than try to figure out precisely which words we'll use in this setting. But that's just my preference. What do you both think?
Let's get the proposed language that we discussed yesterday up. And I thought we were really close, other than sustaining or strengthening. And then we also have to put numbers in at some point. I mean, I don't think we need to wait another week to decide on the language.
We this is only a work session, so we can't approve language today.
Okay. But we can get it finalized for approval next week?
Yep. Bear with me here. Okay, so this is what's in the packet, just with some notes from yesterday's conversation. So the language I was referring to was there was a conversation around, instead of talking about detect, use language like suppress. There was some conversation around staff adequately, and then I think this sentence just needs to be restructured. And what I was, based on the conversation yesterday, what I was suggesting is, rather than try to rewrite it here, we just say, yep, we want to see that sentence be restructured based on those comments. And then have it be brought to the board.
Yeah, I think the part was just flip the staff and the adequately staffed was something that was discussed.
Yeah, flipping those terms, maybe even flipping those clauses in the sentence, etc. So do we want to try to write a sentence now, or do we want to just ask that be implemented?
I mean, it's not difficult. I mean, it's just what you said. You can flip it right now, can't you? Put the adjectives in front of the proper needs here. maintaining Clear Creek Fire Authority's, let's see, ability to prevent, suppress, and respond to fires rapidly and, or did you prefer, maintaining Clear Creek Fire Authority's ability to rapidly prevent, suppress and respond to fires and adequately staff to attack structure fires and suppress wildfires, right?
This is,
Oh, well, yeah, it was. I think Jeanette's was trying to make it such that we rapidly and adequately were put in the same place as appropriate. Ability to prevent, respond, and suppress fires with sufficient staffing. Keep it simple. Although, I do like adding wildfires in there. Respond to and suppress structural and wildfires. How about that? How does that look to you, Kelly, Jeremy?
It's better than the one that was in there. Because we can't detect fires.
Okay, yeah. And structural,
I'm still kind of on the fence with prevent. We do fire prevention. We have a fire prevention program, but we don't prevent fires, if that makes sense.
you're worried about like over promising.
Yeah. I overthink too, so.
well, the prevention, it kind of goes down to help support property owners' efforts to protect their homes.
Yeah.
We can take that out there.
I don't know. Wait,
Maintaining Clear Creek Fire Authority's ability to fight structural and wild, well, yeah, that doesn't work so well. To fight fires, both structural and wildfires or something.
you think about that?
Take out the comma between rapidly and fighting.
I don't know if that's.
Yeah, rapidly fight.
To
No.
rapidly fight rather than respond rapidly.
I'm reading the second line there. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. To rapidly respond and fight, too many ants.
Right, that's why I use the comma.
Sorry, I was on the wrong line. To
That was the,
respond rapidly, fight.
This is why I have the preference of
Absolutely.
being able to like just ask someone to think carefully through it.
Yeah, yeah, as opposed to doing it on the fly.
But if we
Okay.
think that this is close to what we want, then we can just ask staff to make sure that it like is a sentence that makes sense.
Yeah, it flows.
Respond rapidly.
Jody, any comments? on that?
Yeah,
I mean, that's fine. You restructured it, said the same thing.
respond rapidly. Respond rapidly. The second line is still off, but,
If you provide me just generally what you're looking for, I can
okay, that's generally,
the words, and I'll make sure I share it with the board individually for you to review and offer your comments directly to me before we put it in a packet.
So what I'm gonna call this is, let's say that it's close and we're gonna ask staff to review it.
okay, so this still isn't the one where you had Clear Creek Fire Authority, colon, boom, 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 and then EMS
No.
colon, right?
It is not, because my comments, my notes from the conversation were here. So
Oh.
no, just know that it will be restructured as, do you want me to just show that really fast?
Yes.
Post that.
That's the version I have. I'll be able to modify it accordingly.
Okay,
So
All
this
right.
is, oops, sorry. This is what Peter had provided in email yesterday and was on the screen. And so those comments, the language is the same, but we'll go with this 4-bullet structure here.
Okay.
And it's,
And Mr. Chair,
I thought I made it to your screen, but it did not.
just so the board is aware, the deadline is actually September 5th. I confirmed with the clerk.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to belabor happy to glads, but we do want to make it clear. Thank you.
So this is
Oh, there we
the structure
go.
of those bullets.
Okay,
Thought I was changing the screen that was being shared.
okay.
But for facilitation purposes, I want to go back to the one that has my notes.
I see what you're saying. Do you understand that, Peter?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
again, what I'm suggesting is that even on the 26th, if you choose to modify it some more, you still have time because we have a regular meeting scheduled for September 2nd. And even if that's postponed and there's a special meeting, you do have time to approve the resolution that puts this on a ballot.
Okay, so now, don't we have to fill in the numbers?
The numbers do have to be filled in. I think that's a staff thing.
Yes.
They just have to figure out what 6.89 mils means in terms of new revenue.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And then this comment has been addressed by the showing of that other screen, so we can move
Yep.
past that one. Same with this one. Which gets us to the last conversation, which is as I understand it, we really have I think the easiest way to articulate this decision we have to make is, do we include this debrucing language in this ballot, in this question, or do we move it to a separate question?
I think from my viewpoint, I would leave it in there and not have a second question. Keep it as simple and direct as possible.
That's my sense.
I'll share, my opinion is that this language is a fundamentally different question that gives me pause. I think that this language being included in this question could cost the ballot measure some number of points that we can't afford. I want to remind us that the polling for this is not what anyone would recommend you move forward with the question with. And that if we stop at voter approved revenue change, period, we have 6.89 new mills to work with.
Respectfully, I am not certain that that will cover Tabor.
That's exactly right.
I believe you need that additional language specifying the specific statutory constitutional provision.
For the structure of the bill item.
So that's what I've been trying to convey, is that like the bolder language that you had provided, George. That's not deep Brucing language in the Boulder. They only have that retain language.
Right, so, and by only having the retained language, what that means is that whatever 6.89 is worth, we're able to collect next year, the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. We get to realize the full 6.89 increase in revenue. The only thing that taking out this language does is that as assessed values grow over time, we may not be able to keep all of it in year one. Am I misunderstanding?
No, I agree with that as well.
So my point to you all is that without this language in here, we can ask for 6.89 new mills. The value of that revenue can be retained, and what's left off the table is being able to realize the full increase over time. But I want to remind you that if we get 20% growth in one assessment cycle and then 10% growth in the next, we get to catch back up. And like Boulder County is an example of a county that's not deep Bruce, that knows how to manage that has not found it to be a fundamental barrier to their ability to provide services. The thing that's a fundamental barrier to our ability to provide services is our 4.59 mill rate. And mission critical, I believe, is to get this mill rate increase passed. And I believe any language that threatens that, that's not crucial to that, is a nice to have that we should put in a separate question. That's my opinion.
I thought we discussed that this is pretty normal for people to see and.
That point was made. I think looking at language once every couple of years does not. I think if you called someone up, if you called a random sample of 1,000 voters and you said, do you remember the last paragraph of the last tax increase that was on your ballot? You're not going to find one answer that's yes.
But the county has traditionally maintained the Tabor language in every ballot.
Sure.
And so it would be actually turning left from the norm the county has had in place. So that it makes it suspect on the other side of the coin.
That's assuming that someone looking at the ballot, what's on the ballot, remembers precisely the language in the prior ballot. And I don't think that can be credibly asserted.
Well, I think the Tabor language, and I think most people read the ballot, they include this language as a routine. It's a common language, so. I'm only arguing to keep it in because I'm your budget officer and I want you to hear my money. And it's valid, it's voters are going to get something in front of them. I want them to be given the opportunity to make sure you have access to what they're willing to give you. But you think it's going to fail if you have it in there.
I think that it is close enough that it's not worth the risk. I'm not telling you I think it's going to fail because of this language. I actually think that whoever is going to advocate for this in their personal time is going to have to put a lot of effort in to give this a shot, whether this language is in here or not. And so that's, you know, I'm not trying to tell you, colleagues, that I won't vote for it if it includes this language, but my read of the situation is that, like, if you think about what is going to be in the blue book is going to accurately describe in layman's terms what this language does. And it's either going to say, part of this question is asking if we can keep all of the revenue from an unknown property tax increase in the future, or it won't. And it's going to say it in plain language.
Of which it's always done.
All right.
And I would argue that, well, Boulder's an example of non-deep Bruce. Jefferson County successfully passed the debrucing initiative last year. It's a game changer for their delivery of county services. And they did so with very little issue, as I understand it. And we fought to de-Bruce in 2006 and we were very successful in that. And I would hate to see us make a mistake here because eventually it's going to turn the tables when Henderson to go down and we're relying on property tax from residential versus commercial. And that's where Tabor makes that flip on us. I think, well, to a certain degree. I would like us to leave it alone. But I know where you're coming from with Boulder and Boulder's a good example and a bad example, depending on who you talk to. Because their economy is pretty remarkable for a county, but I would argue to leave it in. I really would. Talking to Brian Keating when he went through the de-Brucing in Jefferson County. This wasn't an issue. It wasn't even a controversy because of what they.
Understanding the Tabor is based on the prior year's fiscal revenue plus the inflation. You are automatically restricting that first year of collection
Correct.
if you do not waive it. That 6.8 is irrelevant.
That's
At that
how I read it all.
because Tabor says you must look to the prior year's fiscal year. So I do not know from a legal perspective whether or not you will hold on to the tax that's collected if you do not say that it is an exception to Tabor. The first year. But the first year automatically designates the revenue in subsequent years. So I just think the board needs to understand there is a risk in doing that.
When I do the math for your budget, I will follow his direction, which is the most conservative, which is how he's just stated it. It could mean prior year revenue.
Right, I would limit it to the cap on growth as being the one that we don't deal with. Because limiting it to the prior year revenue is mill agnostic. Is my understanding too.
And that's the second one, right?
If you
second
don't
page.
get Tabor, if you don't get off of Tabor, basically you can ask, like I think George said in the previous meeting, you could pass 1,000 mills and you're still limited on the prior fiscal year's revenue. So you can only grow a certain amount every year. You can't collect that entire mill value, even if your property value doesn't grow. The other statutes are related to the growth of the base value, which is the assessed value, right? And so you're really just talking about that growth margin, not any additional mills applied on top of that.
I have a Peter question. Can we add in that very first line, with all, yeah, don't do anything yet. I want to very clearly tie this language to this bill so that people don't think, oh, they just want a whole bunch of extra money to do whatever they want with. So can we say with all such funds, meaning taxes increased, mills, such funds, just that word, with all such funds subject to an annual independent audit.
Okay, that's a discussion among you. That doesn't have anything to do, just so we're clear on the Tabor issue.
Good. No, I'm just looking at that very last paragraph and not even the Tabor language, just that very first line and just saying with all such funds so that people know we're talking about specific funds versus just all funds, which they could interpret as us doing whatever we want with.
So you're suggesting between all and funds, the
Yeah.
insertion of the word such?
Correct. And I think there should be a word to in there too. With all such funds subject to an annual independent audit.
Okay, I've got that noted.
No, not, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So the lawyer's okay with that? Okay.
And so, I mean, just thinking through this, if we go with this language, I'm gonna scroll down here. Whether example 1 is on there or not, the blue book can state, if this question passes, these revenues will be subject to an annual 5.5% growth cap. Right, we can, but that can be clear in the blue.
5.5 or 5.25?
5.25.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good, actually.
I think the 5.25, like I said, yesterday, could be tabled to something. If it's an issue, we deal with it in the future, because I think that's gonna be more important for.
And so you're to move on to like, if we're going with that language as is, if we're moving on to the next question is, do we want to direct staff to bring this as a second question on the ballot? We're hearing the fire department say maybe not. Are you worried that that appearing after the tax increase question, like impacts how people perceive the first question?
Well, if I understand Peter correctly, the 5.5 and the Tabor are taken care of as written.
Right.
And we're just basically tabling the 5.25 or the, 10.4.
Cap, which still.
And I think, I feel okay tabling that 5.25, knowing that Tabor and the 5.5 will be taken care of in one question. So they have one, I don't know.
I think
What are your thoughts?
as was discussed yesterday in the board meeting,
Let's look outside of our little realm of 18 months.
just to be clear, what was said in the public safety meeting yesterday was that the economic impact to leaving the 5.25 cap in existence should not be significant enough
I feel the same way.
to necessarily warrant you seeking that, but that's completely a discretionary thing.
If there is a belief that the appearance of the second question will fundamentally prevent the first one from passing, right? And along the same argument as George is making about the Tabor language.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I don't want to speak for you.
No, I mean, I'm just toying with this. And so I just had a light bulb go off. I almost wonder if having that second question, make it clear, like answer this one about what you want your tax rate to be. And then there's this other question and you can say no, right? You can say no, and that means keep the cap. I don't know. I feel like that helps our goal here. Our job here is to make sure voters understand their options on this ballot. And that makes it really clear. I can say yes to this, no to that, and I'm protected. So I almost.
But is the fire department protected?
And I think my question is, if we take the debrucing language out of the ballot question and we don't get the second question, does that negate the previous debrucing from 06 also? Because this is new revenue.
Well, so I think you don't want to take, well, the board hasn't decided, but if you leave the debrucing language in the first one, you're debruced and you would be, and if it passes, and you would also not have the 5.5% cap apply. So you'd be clear that way, but you'd still be subject to the 5.25.
Right.
So if you had that simple language as a second question, I think what George is suggesting here is that people may say, okay, I see my taxes are going to go up. I'll vote for that to support all this, but I'm going to leave that cap in place.
Right.
If it fails, it's not as though it can't come back at a future ballot.
It leaves them the option of saying, no, keep my cap, right? And it helps them see, as they're looking at it, it helps them see the full picture that this cap still lives. I don't have to like go look at information in a blue book to understand that there's still a live cap. Because they can just say no right then, nope, keep my cap.
So basically, that example, we would put example 1 on the ballot, which makes sense. If it passes or fails, it doesn't really make a difference picture wise. I support that, doing that.
So, okay, so then what do you both think about the inclusion of example 1 as a second question to be added to the ballot?
But not example 2 or also example?
Not example 2.
Okay.
The example 2 has higher risk than I would wish to wager my job on.
And we don't need example 2 because we decided to leave the debrucing language in the body of the original question.
Got it. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, the only suggestion I would make about the potential risk of leaving the second question is the old adage of 2 tax increases.
Right.
Would people interpret it that way and then they both fail?
Now, I understand what George is saying, and that is much more.
That is transparent with the voters about what their options are. But having that question on there, I just want to think about whether or not it can be interpreted as having that being a second tax question. And then there is kind of that logic that I don't even know if I want to call it like traditional thought of don't have 2 on one ballot. Right.
What if we go about it like this, colleagues? What if for today, the direction is to bring both of those questions? And then we get to make a decision next week about whether to actually put them both on the ballot, because we could kind of wrestle with this.
I just might add, I think probably just to add in the two separate questions. I get that the concern is having to, but it's a more full picture of what you're asking the voter to do and the mechanisms that would withhold your ability to take all the money, because truly, if you're not telling them both mechanisms apply, both Tabor 5.5, then separately 5.25, you're not being inclusive of the entire picture for the voter. And this is far more inclusive of all the triggers enacted once this 6 mills get across.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I mean, we've got two kind of cases being made that I think we just, I would like the time to think about it for a week.
So we're back to two separate questions.
I think what's being asked is that staff will come back with two, and then on your final vote, you decide if you want to put one or two.
Okay.
We will do both. We'll present you both options. The example one of the second question and the original ballot, the first question, and then at that meeting, we'll decide what you want to do. One or both,
What
or
if
just
some
one.
crazy thing happened and number two question passed and number one did not? It's just invalid anything?
It means essentially nothing unless we were to bring a tax increase, but we'd have to refer back. It would be null and void.
I think it might actually waive that existing cap on the existing mill.
No. No.
Cause that's what I asked. Hey, how would that work? Because we're just talking unincorporated.
Because it says for all future property tax.
Can you take this out?
Would it? It might.
Have it cleared.
Talking about last time.
It says the general
Whole
improvement.
picture, because
Yeah.
5.25 applies to all of the county.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
all of the county. So the second question would apply to all of the mills or all of, by having them connected, the intention was to keep it on the SGID.
Well, it says it says the emergency
it is
services general
ESGID.
improvement district in the language.
The county still has that 5.25 cap, no matter what.
I'm referring to, and we probably don't even need to get into
But
this.
let's,
I think-
it would apply. So even if this new tax, which I would call new tax, the increase in tax essentially fails, if this language passed, which is shall the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District waive the 5.25 property tax limit for all future property tax years, it applies to all of the current taxes. So even if that fails, it's whatever the taxes of ESGIT, that's out of the way. So you're waived on the 5.25.
Okay, great.
So,
You are correct.
sorry, I'm scrolling around forgetting that I'm doing a screen share. So I want to note to the board that fourth bullet has yet to be developed, but I'm comfortable if you are just saying, yep, develop that fourth bullet. I want to ask that
Oh,
Aaron-
about the additional ambulance?
Yeah, I want to ask that the EMS director specifically take a careful look at this language relating to EMS. Because he was out, because he wasn't in town when we were developing this, I want to make sure that his voice is fully represented. And I don't think we have anything else to discuss. I think the outcomes are, we've got a little bit of work to do on those bullets. We're inserting a couple more words into that last paragraph per Rebecca's comments. And we're gonna bring options for example, will be a second question that we may choose to put on ballot. And then bear with me, I'm gonna scroll up. And for this to appear on the first, as the other question. As restructured, as into 4 bullets, as we discussed. I think is that an adequate summary?
Sounds good.
Could I ask a clarifying question on the ask of EMS?
Yeah.
Would you like them to react to this document or a revised one with these notes included?
Let's give them the final.
Okay.
Yeah, I revised it.
Helpful.
Yeah. Okay,
Could I request that you share that revised one with me as well?
absolutely.
I'm trying to, if we should maybe include continue to provide maybe, so.
Yeah, okay. And then just as Peter, or whoever, when I'm gonna send this document out to you, this bullet is what we sort of, an attempt at, like, it's another step in the direction of the language we like.
Okay.
That comment in there. Okay, I think we're done. Any other comments? Okay, we are back sitting as the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team
Thank you.
Fire. Pull this off the screen. We have county commissioner updates. Who would like to begin?
Oh, I've got mine pulled up. Okay, so in the past 2 weeks, I worked on the 360 review questions for BOCC direct reports. And submitted them to you and Jody. We will remove the county manager one and move forward with the council. And I guess this isn't the right forum, but I did ask you the other day if you were good with them and I should send them into Mountain States. Seeing a nod, okay, will do. We reviewed appeals of the county property assessments, participated in multi-day hearings as members of the Board of Equalization. I have attended I-70 Coalition Board meetings, Dr. Cog work sessions and board meetings, and with my colleagues, the CCAT conference discussing upcoming potential litigation. We prepped for and attended the last 2025 town hall that was held right here. We met with mayors and regarding issues for the good of the county, toured open spaces, and your board and the Open Space Commission put out a smoldering fire on our way back from Geneva Basin. We went to the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation's third quarter meeting with Gilpin County. Participated in the Devil's Nose shooting range opening off of Highway 103. Toured the site of the mighty Argo development, which is looking at a spring 2026 opening. Participated in meetings regarding personnel, public safety, and that's it. Thank you.
One clarification. You mentioned the CCAT meeting.
Mhm.
You used the word litigation.
Oh, upcoming potential legislation. Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. Appreciate that.
Yep,
I wrote it properly. I just said it wrong.
you're a litigator.
My update is pretty duplicated, of Rebecca's. We all attended this stuff together. I do have an update for people that care, about the Nizpaw campground outside of Empire. I talked to Max, our ranger or forest, and I have good news. It's been closed down since 2013 when we had our flood. They redid the bridge last year and it is expected to be opened next year. Which is, if any of the locals know, that's kind of where we camp when we want to camp in our background. It's not fancy. It's along a creek. The creek muffles out the sound of the road. It's a good place to take your kids, for like your first camping trip. So I'm excited about that. And then the shooting range, I just kind of wanted to reiterate that since that shooting range opened, the order was put in at 3:00 the next day, which I think was, trying to think of the date of that. It was supposed to be the 23rd, but anyways, it was last week. So all of the shooting on the south side of the highway that was in those areas is on the map, are shut down now, and they did post the typical national forest signs that say no shooting, but you can still hunt. So the hunters don't have to worry about that being restricted. And if anybody has a chance to get up there, it is a beautiful place. The joke kind of was you could have a wedding up there and it would be called the shotgun. But it's one of the most beautiful shooting ranges I've ever seen. And I'm not really a gun person. My family, they are, so they'll be excited to get up there and get their rifles in. That's all I have. We did discuss about the CCAT stuff. And the legislation they've asked us to look at, we're gonna have one person from our board that kind of represents our board.
I was gonna ask you about that.
Yeah, which is gonna be George, I believe. The only concern that I have, and this was last year, was the religious. We don't have that in our county, not saying we couldn't ever. But they want exempt for building housing, correct?
The bill, it was called Gigby last year. It was to give housing built on religious properties or school district properties, a more streamlined zoning process. What's being discussed this year, and the question is whether CCAT should engage, is only applying this to school districts, which means that if school districts want to build housing, they go through a much easier zoning review than other builders.
And Yigby is for yes in God's backyard.
The title hasn't changed, but the proposal will change. And so the question is, the question in the survey is less, do you like that concept? And more, do you think CCAT should be engaging in negotiating on that concept? I think directionally, CCAT tends to have more concerns about trying to create simple pathways through our zoning processes than we have, enthusiasm for that. So I think if our answer to yes, let's engage is yes, CCAT would be engaging, saying, here are some challenges you might come across, and we want to try to negotiate this to maximize sort of our local authority.
And I think the concern too is, to me, this is relevant. I don't know if it is to other people, but like in Missouri, there's that group that wants to make an all-white community and using that under religious. I think this kind of really gets into some dangerous precedent that I don't think me and my constituents, I don't think that this would be good for our community. So that's where I stand with that.
My question about that one is, is this an issue of, separation of church and state?
The thing that is last session, that was the thing that prevented CCAT from being able to support that bill. This year, the context of religion is being entirely dropped. This is only school districts now.
Oh. So.
They just haven't changed the title.
Latest predictions indicate that faith institutions will be removed from the bill and limited to K through 12 and higher education.
And yet this concept will come back. It will involve only school districts. And the question is, do we want CCAT at the table advocating for county? And I think because this is commissioner update, I think we're not able to really adopt a board position, but what I will do as the person that is going to fill out this survey is make sure that comments you make right now are reflected in that survey.
Okay.
And so
I have a question. So they're dropping the faith part of it?
yes.
And so why do we need anything different?
The reason that CCAT would engage is because CCAT tends to have a more nuanced, credible approach to issues about local control than other lobbying organizations that tend to be county lobbying organizations that tend to be very much like, this is about my power, this is about local control, it's always a hard no, and we refuse to negotiate. And so when CCAT goes and negotiates, we bring some credibility and some flexibility to be able to actually make changes to the bill rather than just be ignored. So that would be if you're trying to hear an argument for why CCAT should engage, that would be the argument.
So is the push so that you can get housing development through faster or?
Yeah, this proposal, and CCAT would not show up in support of this proposal. This proposal, CCAT would show up to negotiate on behalf of counties to protect our ability to decide whether housing is appropriate or not, regardless of who the property owner is.
Okay, well, I spoke my piece.
So you wanna, yeah. I think what I hear you saying is you've got some concern about that concept. And
Yeah,
I
I
think
just-
my takeaway is, like, then yes, it's worth it for CCAT to put some energy into it. Is that what I'm hearing in your comment?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, and ditto.
cool. What else?
I asked a point of clarification on what was being proposed for the CCAP, or is it appropriate?
Yeah.
Is it only public school districts or is it any K through 12 institution?
It just says K through 12.
This,
I would,
as of right now, this is not a mature policy proposal that can answer that question.
I would, as a comment for CCAP, ask that that be clarified because I think that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Because you don't want a backdoor for private development,
Mhm.
putting a daycare in something
Mhm.
and then getting a streamlined
Yeah.
process, right? So I would be concerned about that. And I think that that would just be watching for that. And then, how it relates to the other affordable housing streamlining process that the county is with the state. How is it different than that? I think is also something I would think would be worth CCAP's time in figuring out what the difference is.
Yeah.
here.
Thank you. And I've heard that comment mentioned in other, so that's definitely gonna be part of the mix. What other thoughts, comments, etc. on this survey do you all have?
I mean, most of it, I think, I would strongly support and supporting the ideas. That was the only one that I had like a concern to support it. I mean, obviously CSAT does do other things too.
Is there any?
Not everything is for support.
Yeah, exactly. This is about how much effort we want to spend in different areas. I will share the highest priority I would indicate is towards the rec services tax. I would indicate
Yes,
that
absolutely. I
being the
put that
highest
number
priority.
5.
Fair Creek's on that,
Yeah,
so.
so.
I do know that I hear when I'm in meetings, people are worried about proposing it in this next legislation term because of the governor, and maybe it would be better to wait till 2027. And something that I've also heard is even if you fail, it's good to get it out there and then maybe the next time around it would pass.
That can depend on how the failure goes. Sometimes things can fail so poorly that you can't bring them back for a while. Other times things fail in a way that they create an opening.
You get close enough.
We're waiting to hear back from the governor's office, their thoughts on that proposal. And
So who, is it CCAP that sent that? Or you?
no, it was Dylan Roberts in Clear Creek
Okay.
County.
So it was us.
Yeah.
I had a hard time opening some of these links. One of which was addressing the size of large county boards of county commissioners, aimed at heading off possible legislation. Additional details can be found, and I couldn't find additional details. Can you give me a quick synopsis of what that one is?
Yeah, for counties over so not affecting us, counties over 250,000.
Mhm.
There's a House rep that has been trying to force them to go from a board of 3 to a board of 5 with defined districts. It's something that CCAT and CCI have had a problem with for a long time because that involves a lot of costs. And they don't understand the trade-offs in our budgets around adopting costs like that. We've traditionally supported CCAT allocating bandwidth to argue about this. This specific proposal is kind of a proactive approach to see if we can come up with something we can live with, that Rep Marshall can live with, so that we can put this issue away and stop having to argue about it every year. My own opinion on it is that it's only worth the bandwidth if we actually find out that Rep Marshall finds the concept satisfying, and I don't think he will. He has a very particular goal that this doesn't meet.
So I don't have a good sense of where I stand on this, so I'll defer to your greater knowledge about it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, without comment, what I would probably like, unless I hear something different from you two, I would probably say yes to the answer, should we engage, and then, put it somewhere in the middle in terms of relevance.
Okay.
The other one that comes out to me that is there's a proposal in here for ranked choice voting at the county level.
No,
My sense is that's a not now,
that's a not, no?
not now.
Not now. Okay, got it.
There's yes, no, there's not now.
It's not a time to be experimenting.
I agree. I mean, that's just, and somebody who's trying to undermine the process could just throw a whole bunch of people in the mix, and then that would undercut someone who's, really good.
I mean, to be clear, I personally am a big supporter of ranked choice voting. I just,
At the county level?
yeah, all of us. But that's not CCAT's top issue right now.
Okay.
That's my perspective.
It's supposed to be every vote, every one count, every vote or something. But it can be so manipulated that.
Right, that's my fear.
Anything else in that survey that's popping out to you?
Nope, but if you want my comments, I have them.
Okay.
No, obviously wildfire, the insurance thing's gonna get more heated as our forest dies.
No pun intended.
My understanding from that was it would add a charge to everybody's policy to help with that. Is that correct? Or is that is it the same as last year?
The proposal from last year was that, I think they're trying to rework it to see if they can figure out how to do it without a fee.
Oh.
But we don't know what that policy has in addition to the fee.
And that's coming out of Larimer County or?
No, I
That's
think
the
that's
large
coming from
elections.
staff.
Okay.
CCAT staff just knows it's gonna come back, and so they're trying to measure our commitment.
Okay.
Obviously, I mean, my response from Clear Creek County would be, yes, huge issue here. We definitely would appreciate seeing bandwidth devoted.
Yep, I had yes for that.
Okay. Anything else in your update?
The only other thing was NOCO. I have an update on that. Steve is now out. Steve Coffin and JD Tanner is in. He was supposed to be here today to introduce himself. He unfortunately couldn't come, but we do have our proposals in place. They have been submitted several times. They're accepted, and so we did put in for 300,000 for the Taylor Kennedy, so Silver Plume can get that purchased. It's in Clear Creek County, but Silver Plume would own it, and that's to protect the sheep habitat up there and close down an unauthorized trail. And then the other one is we put in a human waste study and education and some protections for the residents that live here. And we'll find out in December, I believe. NOCO is putting in $2.5 million, and then Clear Creek gets a portion of that if this all goes through, and NOCO decides how much money goes to each program.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Appreciate that. I had signed that letter yesterday and I thought it was artful.
Well, they accepted it, so we did really good artwork. That was our main thing, is to get it into NOCO's plan, and now
Good.
it's off to CPW.
Good luck. That would be brilliant.
Okay, then a couple of, I may have mentioned this 2 weeks ago. The G-Rock, a mistake was identified. So compliments to Rose.
Rose and Emily.
Yeah, to Rose and Emily, Youth Network, our team, for noticing that the way that their application of the G-Rock was scored, that it was just mistabulated. They got a higher score than we thought and actually made it into the round for consideration. So that grant is going to get considered by the G-Rock. I can't comment on it there, right? Because I have a conflict of interest clearly. But I can say right here, I sure hope that they fund it. I have optimism. They funded a very similar application within Gilpin County. And that would be really, really great news for Mountain Youth Network. So there's one update. Jefferson Center. I mentioned to you 2 weeks ago that there were layoffs at the Jefferson Center. Jefferson Center for Mental Health is around 20 people.
That from lots of state funding or federal grants or
Yeah,
something?
actually, this is more about a change in state policy. They moved from, they used to get paid, just if you have a Medicaid patient, you just sort of get money to serve them. And now they have to track the services they're providing and then bill for it. And that change has been difficult, and it's caused a huge loss in revenue, around $7.5 million to the Jefferson Center over the last year. The update from 2 weeks ago to this week is that those layoffs may affect service levels in the mountain area. Something that wasn't highlighted or predicted. And Gilpin County is kind of taking the charge because they definitely know they're affected. And Sarah's looking into whether we're affected here or not, because we have therapists in the Jefferson Center, in the Wellness Center, Jefferson Center employees. So I'm investigating that, and I'll continue to provide updates. We discussed the CCAT retreat, the special session. One bill in particular that's going through there that's of a lot of importance to us as employers and as people that believe in our constituents having access to healthcare is the Healthcare Insurance Affordability Enterprise. There will be a bill, this special session. I intend to support it. I am likely to testify on CCAT's behalf in support of it. The other big thing, if you've been watching, is the federal government created a bunch of new loopholes for large corporations and wealthy people to get pay even less taxes than they used to. And the state tax code follows the federal tax code. So the state has to go back and close these loopholes, and they intend to do so in the special session, and I intend to support that. The rest of it is them setting up a process to cut budgets. Counties only have, at this point, I don't think we'll be asked to specify much more than county services are important, and we're not a source of cash for you guys to defer things onto, to cost shift to, et
Right.
cetera. I don't have more specificity than that right now. But I know that CCAT and CCI will be having some when a special session comes up, we have really quick processes to try to figure out what we support and what we don't. So keep your eyes out. I think there's a CCI meeting on it that should be on your calendars. I plan to attend as your appointed person, but I don't say that to encourage you not to attend. Actually, I think it would be really good for you to attend. And
That's the one on the 20th?
Yes, that is the 20th.
Okay, for some reason I have an emergency Dr. Cog steering committee meeting at the exact same time.
Oh, well.
So defer to you for that one.
Sounds like an emergency. So
It's probably funding issues.
we'll be in touch on that. I also,
George, can you send me that? Or
the CCI
never mind, I got it.
Special Session Steering Committee meeting.
2 p.m.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Okay. I just moved it on my calendar. How did I do that? Okay. So then Hickenlooper's office has requested any of our priorities for the surface transportation reauthorization bill. I want to suggest that we ask staff, we wrote a letter to CDOT. Can we ask staff to get that letter to probably you as our transportation person to send to Hickenlooper's office?
Sure.
So the letter that you're referring to, confidential document or the talking points?
We wrote a letter to them about our priorities for their 10-year planning process.
Piper one, that's public.
I don't think that's
Already gone out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Okay,
We may have other dealings with CDOT that I'm not referring to.
okay.
One, two, 10.
Oh, that Amy wrote.
Fiber.
Okay.
But yeah.
I think that's the easiest way for us to get Hickenlooper's office, and for that matter, we may as well send it to Bennett and Nagoose as well. If they're talking about surface transportation reauthorization, we might as well be asserting our needs.
Yep.
So just clarification for me, I will get the documents to you and you will send them to those offices, or would you like
Okay.
staff to send it to the offices?
Who needs to, does the board need to sign? Do I need to?
Signed.
Oh,
It was the one that we sent to
Okay,
CDOT as
okay.
part of the 4P process. I believe we sent it to Piper
okay.
about our priorities and our, quite frankly, issues with some of the ways that our impacts are measured
Okay, good.
for transportation.
Yeah, just CC me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Gil McCormick with Combat has been reaching out to me. He's talking to the Forest Service. He's talking about bike trails in Beaver Creek. He wants us to support a grant application, or help him get access to NOCO places to talk about a grant application to build trails in Beaver Brook. I can't respond as a board, obviously. My instinct is to connect him with you, Jody, because this is kind of your area now, along with the comment that I know we have other priorities. So, but I think that's the right way to channel it. Do you agree?
Yeah, and right now, obviously, we already have our stuff put in to NOCO for the only grant that is available right now. So we probably complete our 301, 5013C. We're in transition right now. So I'm sure NOCO will be like, Clear Creek, no more. So, but we can still talk to them and
Jody, can I just respectfully ask that we route some of that request through staff?
Yes.
Because we do have some specifically along that road and then the 103 side too, some real infrastructure challenges with the traffic that's already up there.
yeah.
Plus the complications with some of that being Lookout Water Authority land potentially.
Well, and probably a public
Right, so
meeting.
we need to really vet what they're talking about. I'm not sure to what extent they have looked at those issues before we offer
Yeah.
any kind of support or opinion.
Absolutely.
So I will pass that communication on to you, make it clear you're the point of contact for those conversations moving forward. Last thing on my list, the rec services tax proposal is on CC4CA's agenda tomorrow. I know you're our appointee to CC4CA. Are you okay with me showing up and presenting on that? Would you rather do it?
No, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That's all from me.
I did forget to mention the childcare scholarship went live August 6th. So for families in need, It's on our website, I believe. Click on the link and it'll get you to where you need to apply. We are connected with our human services this time. So hopefully we can identify families if they have other needs as well.
Okay. We have county manager updates. Do we have anything for county manager updates?
I have a few things. Just full transparency, I have not vetted what's appropriate in these updates with either Peter or y'all, so I'm keeping it fairly conservative here. So I want to talk about visits to the county, just because that's kind of one of my hobby horses, and I would like to share that openly. We are at 6 million as of 2 days ago.
For the year?
Year to date. So we're 65% through the year. We have hit 85% of last year's number, right? For the whole year.
Whoa.
So we are seeing huge growth in visits to the county.
I have a question for that. Is that per car or is that
Per
person?
device.
So it could be 2.5.
Yeah, well, generally speaking, so the rules with this are we do undercount children. It is illegal under federal law to track the location of people under 16. So we don't have kids.
Huh.
But we do have their parents, and the algorithm does adjust to try to assume whether or not the kid is there or not.
Okay.
But regardless, that level of increase, the error would have been the same last year too. So we're still seeing a very big increase in visits. So just aware for the community on that front. People are probably seeing more people on trailheads, more pressure on infrastructure, things like that. So we hear about that a lot. The data is suggesting that that is a big change over last year. I want to take the opportunity in the updates to thank the commission again for their trust in me to be interim in this transition period. I wanted to give kudos to Rose and Emily at Public Health and Mountain Youth Network for vetting the grant application. That's the kind of next step staff thing that doesn't always get done, but should get done because the chances of someone messing up on a scoring is real. So I wanted to thank them and give them kudos for catching the mistake, because that's the kind of thoroughness that we need to see across the organization. And then, yeah, that's pretty much what I had.
Oh. Go Rose.
And Emily.
We have now, and Emily, thank you. We have now. The last thing on the agenda is executive session. I'll let me know when you're ready. The board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to discussions with other governmental entities related to childcare services. And pursuant to CRS 24640224F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to the organizational and reporting structure of county government, delegated management responsibilities, and recruitment and appointment processes, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussion of personnel policies generally.
So moved.
Second.
I'm gonna do it like this. We have a motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now I want to ask Peter, I had asked for consent for a third one. And I know we've had a lot going on, so I'm not trying to
that's
throw shade.
Sorry if I missed one.
Did I miss it too?
I had asked for you had both consented. I asked for an executive session to discuss negotiations regarding, never mind. Tom, never mind. It's in there. My brain went somewhere else. Okay.
It's already been a long week.
It has.
The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. This Zoom will stay open solely for the purpose of adjourning.